Mm-hmm.
Our party seems a bit small right now.
Oh no, Lady Flowers and Harry are the only ones that get their rewards.
Oh, shucks. Whatever shall I do?
Harry will enjoy all of his knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I
Uh,
mean,
I,
technically, if the others aren't here, you could get one of each.
All right, let's get all
I,
of them.
I mean, can I get 3 knowledges?
You
One
can
way to find
certainly
out.
try.
It's like, yeah, one way to find out.
Harry takes the first knowledge happily. He seems intelligent, more intelligent than he was before. He takes the second knowledge and has a stroke.
He takes the second knowledge and discovers the secrets of the universe and completely goes catatonic.
The secret of the universe is don't pull the plug.
The secrets of the universe pull the plug.
And then it shuts off the universe. Come on, how else are you supposed to stop the simulation? Everybody knows this.
Roll is a 40 on your perception. You just see a small little goblin on the edge of the universe just twirling a small teacup, just looks over. Yeah, we're not gonna have that anymore. Just flicks you on the head and you get a passive perception of 10.
Really quick, I'm looking to see if that'd be an increase.
So Harry is wanting knowledge that I know. I know the answer to
Oh.
KB because he's gonna be
Maybe he
using
wants to give
that.
me his power for sure.
No, he's actually still offering 5 silvers for yours.
5 silver. Oh boy, that's a deal. Not
Oh, Dan definitely wants to give me his as well. Like he
hell
told me,
no.
he told me in the other Discord. Yeah,
I'll give you my blade once it's done, so I can kill you with it and suck your soul.
I'll give you my gun once it's done in the
Oh,
forehead.
oh, dude, I can't wait to see you get a gun. Oh, that's gonna be so.
Harry's trying so fucking hard,
Dude, the moment you get a bad news, if you manage to get one, oh.
dude. I'm literally just taking knowledge to hopefully learn more about blast rock and learn how to make this gun.
Nice. Ah, oh, dude, so many possibilities.
Like that's legitimately the reason I'm taking
I,
knowledge because I'm hoping to
that
learn more
reminds me, I
about
have
what
to
I want.
turn off my engineer brain because I'm starting to have all these cool ideas. I'm like, no, you're not engineer right now. Sit down. You're a D&D player right now.
No
Hello.
rocket ship. Stop that. I need the coefficient power from a
I need the
blast
angular
power relay.
velocity of the exit velocity of the muzzle at X ratios. Yeah, no.
Something about an unladen swallow.
Basically.
Oh,
I opened up this. That
KB is going to be a little bit late. He already gave me a heads up.
did he also tell you about how he gave me his power? Like he really should have let you know about that.
No, he's still trying to get 5 silvers for yours.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so why is
Once we get everyone here, we can get started. All right.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Just checking in. Ivan, you there?
Present.
Excellent. Loki?
Yep.
Excellent. Apocalypse?
Yep.
And Solo. All right. As I said, KB is going to be a little bit late. He gave me a heads up as what he wanted the professor to do until he returns. However, we shall get ourselves started. To recap, for those who had to leave a little bit early, the group had completed their quest inside the mountain of Kimatazana, finding the kobold by the name of Klaus, who had come into possession a bag and 4 dragon eggs from the lesser god by the name of there he is, by the name of Crankle. You guys completed your quest in stopping Klaus and his dragon wormling, retrieving the eggs, and encountering Crankle, who in turn got back his bag and let you deal with Klaus as you saw fit. You guys returned back to Respite in due time as the portal began to close. You guys feel the relative warmth of the office once more, the coal slowly fading away as you step through the portal with the eggs in tow. You watch
Yeah, it
as
broke
Rump,
again, and I have
the
to fix it.
large polar bear-esque
So I've
like
been working on
figure wearing the jacket and the flames across his sides, closes his hands together, closing the portal behind you, and smiles. Oh, it seems you have all returned. Excellent. Excellent indeed. You can now notice that not only Vannon, but also Grump himself seems to be flickering in and out. His major physical form is mostly translucent at this time. I believe I promised you something in return for the insects. So I think now is the time before I take my leave. Vernon, if you would be so kind to return to your body. Uh, he will cast his hand out towards where your still very much dead figure is on the desk. You can see Benin is still taking care of it, mostly putting in a bunch of his magical energy to keep the body fresh. Welcome back, KB.
Hello.
You're in time.
The van, I'll start slowly walking over toward his body. Oh, Do I actually walk as a ghost?
You walk over, and the moment that you seem to touch your figure, the actual ghost-like form seeps in. The golden figure of Vannon fades away and immediately files into the body. Uh, you see Grump immediately nod his head. Allow me to do the rest. Uh, Reaches down towards one of the crystalline blue eggs and immediately crushes it within his hands. His figure quickly crumbles the remains of the egg within his palms, reaching over and sprinkles the remaining dust over your figure. The gold dances down with the almost sapphire like, gem like dust as it scatters your body. A couple seconds pass before a slight hint of a rise in the chest of Vannon's body can be seen, a little bit of breath slowly coming back to the lungs. He seems to be sleeping on the table now. The deep breath slowly going in and out, almost a slight snore coming from within. Ben smiles, goes over to his bedside, and quickly starts to settle himself down, while Grumps, still flickering, looks over at the rest of you. He will awake in maybe a minute or so. For the time being, I think rewards are at the ready. Power, knowledge, or currency. That is what I promise. So, I will allow you to choose. His hands will reach out, placing down what seems to be a small box at the bottom of the desk. A couple seconds, the box will begin to grow and expand until finally creating a small chest. He will stand forwards, taking a small little piece of paper from his handkerchief pocket, sending it dancing it around the room. The piece of paper forms into the figure of a book. The pages spraying open, displaying almost blankly. However, a flicker of flame and a single quill of phoenix feather dances between the pages and rests in between them. And finally, he will go to the side, resting his hands in his pockets as if waiting willingly for the third option to be displayed.
Is the rest of the group doing anything?
What was that?
I asked if the rest of the group do anything, and they move forward way.
You're kind of cutting in and out a little bit for me.
Sorry, I'm a little bit sick, so I'm a little bit quieter than I normally am.
Huh.
Is anybody doing anything like in the group? Like anybody moving toward him, away from him, looking at anything?
I'm also waiting for because I assume currency and knowledge has just appeared. I'm waiting for the power option to appear. Just watching. This guy's obviously waiting for something to happen.
Easy will look at the unconscious Van and see whenever they wake up what difference a human coming back to life looks like. Well, humanoid.
I'm not human.
I
Um,
apologize. I should have said this before. If you wish to possess power, you're free to open the chest and take whatever there is within.
Oh, okay.
If you seek knowledge, you may write a question within the book, and it will give you an answer. And
Like-
currency, well, you ask me. I have something in here. Just pats down his pockets.
Pretty walking toward the chest as he finishes saying that. Or if I guess if no one gets in my way or stops me, I'll open it up.
Yeah, so how does this work? You want me to just tell you what I want?
Well, that depends. You either go up, help him with the chest. He seems to be having a bit of trouble over there. You either write your question in the book, or you come to me, and I will give you your currency.
I'll look over at the professor because you're headed toward the chest, right? Sorry.
Like at the chest, trying to open it. And I'm really, I mean,
Mhm.
I'm really struggling with it.
Yeah,
Alright.
you try and push the chest, the almost dark red and gold woods covering the entire thing, fine metal band covering the front. There does not seem to be a lock, however.
Yeah, good luck with that, Professor. And I'll start walking my way up to the. I'll start walking my way up to shit. What was the name? Grump. I don't have my. Yeah.
Around this time, Vannon, you begin to feel the consciousness slowly beginning to rise within you. You feel the warmth around you in the air, the hardness of the table directly underneath you. You can actually feel something again, which was a change from before.
Once I see Vannon wake up, I'll go ahead and ask, do you feel any rigor mortis? Do you feel stiff anywhere?
Oh, there's a couple places, but
Well, you're alive. And I poke him in the arm, see if there's any
poke him
visible
back.
reaction.
I poke him back.
Well, you're alive.
Yeah, welcome back, man.
Kind of iffy on the alive thing. Are you really alive if you died and come back to life?
Well, technically, you could say you're undead.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the first time.
Oh, so you've been undead before.
I may have always been undead. Who knows?
Catches a sly
Disturbing.
look, like what?
Anyway, if anyone else wants power, can you come here and help me with this? Like, kind of
I
like
hear the
put
word
my
power. I
back
start
into
running
it.
toward the chest.
Nice. Glad to have you back.
I don't think you get a pool. Oh, you were just dead.
Yeah, I think
He was there in hell.
isn't your
In
boon
spirit.
life?
Nah.
Let's reward you.
See, Vannon gets two choices. One of them being life.
Works
That's
and works. I
really
speak
two
KBs.
choices then.
We got a lot of coins to divvy up too here in a little bit.
Believe that leaves
I'm
Daisy and Hayim, I believe.
Daisy will
I'm
walk up to the book.
I'm gonna wait and see what they pull out of the chest.
But I don't think you're meant. Oh, never mind. Okay, just go ahead.
You can see that they're still struggling with the chest, and you can see there is a slight grin to Grump as he's watching them struggle. I'd
Okay.
suggest you make your decision quickly before we run out of time.
This is why I chose power.
Ah, I approach the book, kicking myself slightly in the head. In my head, not in the head. In my head.
I like the first one. I like the visual of that. Honestly, better.
Hayim,
Yes.
where do you go?
I'm not entirely sure where I am.
You are currently in the office of Old Benin. Grump has pulled Vannin back, and you are offered a chest, a book, or currency from Grump.
I'll go and look at the book.
Okay. I would like for Harry Hayim and Daisy to go ahead and write a question that you would like to ask the book, you can go ahead and message that to me, please.
I just did.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna be so mad if instead I could have just taken the chest and just gotten a gun and just been over it. Like that's why I was waiting to see what they were gonna pull out of the chest. But
Okay.
um,
So, for those who seek power, the moment that everyone had made their decision, the chest seems to burst open in a small gout of light. You can see, hidden within the chest itself, placed on a singular cushion, are two bright, almost ice-like rings.
Identical in appearance.
They are.
Yep, I'll reach in and take one.
I'll take the other one.
I'll look over at Grump. Do you know what these do by chance?
Yes, those are my gift guardian rings. They help you resist extreme cold weather temperatures,
Ooh,
as well as give you a particular protection when near your allies.
really? Okay, interesting. Very useful. Thank you. Above board,
No,
is there an item I can add in Beyond D&D that is this ring, or is
Uh,
it kind of a home
no, I will go ahead and show you this. This is your ring. And I will go ahead and place it within the journal.
Ooh.
Did you put it?
Roll 20
It's in
journal.
the journal at the top, right there,
Oh,
under
roll
the
20.
gift guardian ring.
Oh,
Gotcha.
immunity to cold.
While
Where do I
wearing
access?
this ring, you need to attune to this ring. You gain immunity to extreme cold weather effects. Additionally, while wearing this ring within 20 feet of another gift guardian ring wearer, you gain +1 to AC and saving throws.
How do I access this journal?
It's in. It's where your character sheet should be.
Oh,
Should be at the top.
Premium assets.
Next to art library. You're on art library. One more tab over.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I believe you wanted currency, small one.
Yeah, I could do for some change. I like money.
Perhaps not the currency you were looking for, but for someone like you, I think will be quite useful.
You'll see him reach inside one of his pockets, pulling out what seems to be a small emerald-like coin, displaying what seems to be 6 stars surrounding a singular moon, ingrained into the emerald coin in gold.
This is a Fontaine coin. Now, for those across the water, it will mean nothing. But here, the natives and the gods all value this particular coin. This particular coin will get you an audience with anyone you might come into possession with. Royalty, maybe even one of the gods, should you decide to continue your journey onwards.
So it's like not really worth anything, huh?
That is up to you. If you seek to have an audience with someone of a higher power or gain access to somewhere you shouldn't be. It would be an easy way out.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, it was you said small emerald coin, 6 stars around a moon, and what was it called?
A Vontin key. A Vonin key.
You spell that? Vonin key. Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I had that right. 6 stars around a moon, right?
6 stars around the moon. Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Man, I thought it would actually
Uh,
be money.
Harry,
I wanted
you
money.
get
Oh well.
an answer
What your dandy
quite
answer?
quickly.
Oh, come on, go get the answer. Come on, go get the answer.
All right. Well, the images aren't going to be as perfect as they were, but not much I can do about it. I don't know why they're coming in so small.
Sahayim.
Oh, maybe not. All right, that's pretty good. And then KB.
Daisy.
Yeah, I thought I had theirs taken care of, but I guess not.
The information is gathered. Currency is given. The chest closes quickly as the energy begins to fade. Grump will look out to all of you and give a slight nod of his head.
I can't wait to see you all next year. Maybe we can have a little more spice mead together.
And thanks for saving our friend here. I nod over to Vannon.
Hey, I'm always down
Yes.
for some good mead.
Hey, but goodbye, all of you. Can't come back after this. We'll see you all soon.
He will
Go away.
tip his head. You see the magical aura fade away, the glistening of snow particles fading from his fur. A burst of pale white flame flickers out as the remains drift from the office down out the door and off into the ether.
Oh, what time of day is it?
Nice fellow.
It is currently almost midnight. You kind of made it right on time.
Oh, okay. And Benin, I assume you have some sort of job lined up for us here tomorrow.
No, not currently. I wasn't.
Okay.
Oh, I can perhaps take a look at some of the papers. Perhaps see if we have any um, jobs that might come up. If you're looking for bounties, there are some downstairs. But there is also um, information coming in that ship that you came in is coming in the next couple days.
Oh, bounties,
Okay.
you say, huh?
Yes, there should be some downstairs in front of the mining company office.
I do need money.
Oh, you said it's like just past midnight, right? It just ticked over.
You take a look outside, you can see the moon is just about to hit that peak. He will give a slight nod.
Ah, yes, maybe a couple minutes or so.
Um, I wasn't here last time. We're tired, or when did we wake up?
Pretty beat up. We basically went straight from the portal to here. So
Right, but
I
if we
could
woke
definitely use
up
one
at
rest.
10 o'clock at night, I don't know when we woke up.
Oh, like it's been a day, right?
It's been
Like
a
we
day.
woke up in the morning and headed out. I think, as I
Mm-hmm.
remember it.
You guys are pretty
All right,
tuckered out.
then I'll let go. Yeah, work can wait. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Will we have some coin here to divvy up, or should we just hold that for the morning?
I know where you sleeping. I'll find you if you don't find
Okay.
me.
Fair enough. I'll start heading back toward the end.
Okay. Anyone wishing to stay within the office for the time being?
I'll stay because I need to ruminate on things.
Okay.
I'll stay with Daisy.
Most of the group heads out. You guys will stay maybe a minute or so before Benin looks over his shoulder.
Did you wish to talk business? I do need to rest.
Oh, no, sorry, Ben. Don't worry about it. Just the book gave me a lot to think about.
That book gave you something to think about. He didn't give me anything to think about.
Oh. Hmm.
Well, I guess I'll head downstairs. Good night, Ben.
He's already starting to fix his sleeping cap, the pom pom rising to the side.
I'll follow Daisy out.
Were we on the ground floor? Are you going downstairs into that dark basement?
No, you guys are currently in old Benin's office, which is
Oh,
upstairs.
okay. I thought we were on the ground floor. It's the building.
You guys make your way out down the stairs. You do see quite a few others within the guild hall currently. A few militiamen who are mostly guards. A few distinctful faces. There is a minotaur sitting on the far side. A merfolk as well. There is the familiar Kenku in her white dress behind the bar, as well as a particularly navy blue looking tiefling. But they don't seem to notice you as you come down the stairs. If you head outside, most of the businesses are completely dark. You can see that the Lonely Sonnet is open. However, the light has mostly faded down to a low candlelight. You have a feeling that they're probably closing down as well. free to do as you wish.
Daisy will go to bed.
You make your way inside of the Lonely Sonnet. There are a few patrons inside. Mr. Gem is working hard as usual. You can see the familiar red-headed human barmaid working. The blonde-headed elven figure is also working. The tiefling is not.
I will walk up, say, "Hey, how much for a room?"
Uh, well, it's very obvious that we've got a bit. Well, you could have the same room as before, Daisy. I'm not going to force you to get out the day after.
All right, good, thank you. And I will
Welcome.
just walk up, go to sleep.
The room is the same as you left it. It will cost you 5 silvers, as it did before.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to do anything tonight?
I'm gonna trudgingly
No.
go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna tune to that ring before I go to bed, but I'm just gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Same.
Okay. You feel the nightly chill no longer claim you. It is reasonably warm the moment that you attune to the ring.
Excellent. Rather cold in the desert at night. Would be pretty handy.
Harry,
Yeah.
your night is not a quiet one. Tossing and turning the new information in your head, the general
Almost have
lack
it done.
of it continues to ponder inside your
Almost
mind,
done.
almost creeping up,
I'm glad I
almost
found a
like a hand
fix.
grasping at the back of your neck. Your dreams are fluid, almost liquid, as you flow through it. The general feel of almost like a breeze coming underneath the fur and reaching underneath the skin, grasping and dragging the nails across it. You
Of
feel
course,
the
Bob's
hand grasp
basically
at the back
gonna
of
be
your neck,
okay.
the fingers wrapping around unnaturally until it reaches your windpipe, until it laxes. Your eyes open to see the familiar, rigid horizon of the dark mountains. The open door standing before you, the large obsidian
That was a
walls.
pain.
The dark oak doors swing slightly as the breeze enters. A familiar throne room, one that you have seen before.
That's funny, Demi.
Let's get this over with. I'm gonna approach the door.
You step inside, your feet not making any sound on the hard stone, cold and natural. However, you see as you step inside the room the familiar figure. Sitting on the throne, the pale white face, the dark avian bird sitting at her shoulder, looks over towards you behind her mask.
I take whatever the appropriate honoring position would be.
That is up to you.
I guess I'll step forward and then I guess kneel.
All right, that was a pain.
For one who is so
Hopefully they don't
swift on their feet,
mess with
I
me again.
doubt that kneeling would be befitting for you.
It's not for me, it's for you.
I do appreciate that, Harry, but you may.
I stand up as told.
You offered a life for a life.
That I
That
did.
is not what I'm after, and I think you know. Life is fleeting, limited, finite. If the continuation of a life was meant to happen, then death would not come to fruition. It is an endless game that cannot be played so naively.
What am I to do about it? It's not. I don't control it. It's not something I could have prevented without having everybody turn against me.
You look up to where the throne was to expect her to be there, but instead it lies empty. The crow calls out into the far distance. The raven comes off of the throne only to land directly behind you. The hands rising over your shoulders as you look up to see the unnatural height of this female woman, the mask paling down towards you featureless. I do not ask of you to gatekeep death and life as if it is your decision to make. I only ask you guide them forwards towards the gates of oblivion to find their peace. That is what I ask of you, Harry. I do not ask of you to betray your friends, for I understand that the threads of fate can intertwine very nicely to create a fine thread, a thicker thread, a general bond. This bond I offer you as well. I did not choose you for you to kneel before death, but to claim it.
So I am but a harvester for you, if that would be a way to put it. A collector, maybe.
Only collect those who need to be collected. Do not tip the scales. Do not tip them for me or for them. Your hand releases the arrow that can strike the heart. Your finger can pull the trigger that can pierce the very soul. Fail me. Do not fail. The
How
hands
will,
release.
as the hands release, I say, how will I know which ones are right, if
You turn, expecting to see the figure once more. However, the open door remains open. The expanse opening once more, the mountains seemingly closer until the warmth rises upon your head once more, the chill of the night rising upon the air. You return to the land of the living once more.
you have shit in respite. Okay. Am I awake or asleep?
You're awake. You can see Lady Flowers and the professor both resting. You're not sure how long it's been since you fell asleep.
My character rested or tired?
You are still quite tired. There is still a faint light on the horizon, but it is still dark.
Can I see where? Uh, from like out the window that I'm at, am I able to see where Lisbon's tent was? Like where's like where I saw him last time?
You did not see where he went, no.
No, I was saying like, do I see his camp or like wherever I talked to him last time, like from my
You can
window?
see where the warehouse was, where you met him before.
Any
The
movement there?
warehouse is currently empty, apart from the occasional guard that patrols around. But currently there is no movement within the warehouse.
I guess I'll lay back down, throw the covers over, try to get some sleep, but kind of like angrily staring into the dark.
You watch the dark until it claims you. You find your rest. Hayim,
Yes.
this was not the first time that you danced with death. Your dreams return to a once familiar place, flowing of fabrics. A soft voice echoing
Be right
out in
back.
the distance as the sounds of laughter can be heard outside.
I need more drink.
I kind of just keep dreaming. You know, sometimes when you're sleeping,
Mm-hmm.
you have a sense that you are dreaming. So try to lie back and not wake up. It happens.
You focus on the dream. Soft distant sounds of children laughing now distinctful in your ears. The front curtain of your tent opens, revealing the flowing robes of the figure that you have seen before. The hair blowing, rising across the shoulders, flowing back. The porcelain white eyes catching you for a moment as she smiles, sees you, gives a smile and wave before quickly entering the curtain entrance once more, as outside you can see it rise and display the sands of the deserts of home. A second, you can catch one of your children's faces. For a second, the smile is there, the eyes glancing over, trying to catch a small glimpse. The covers rise inside your chest. You feel that general warmth until a voice creeps up behind you. He's not here anymore.
Who's not here?
You just ask
The
people.
one that you so seek to find. Such a sad tale.
Who is he?
She is your beloved, is she not? The one that you so desire to find, and yet The ones that you so desperately try to seek are also beyond your grasp.
Do not know her.
You can lie to me, human. You can. You can try. If you wish to find them, I seek you in the north. Find us. Find them.
Well,
One of these days, I'll find a good position for my mic.
when I do, you will tell me everything.
I think we can make a promise on that. The warmth returns to the sheets. You catch a small glimpse on the outside once more until you feel your consciousness returning.
I I'll go out of the room to fetch some water.
You head downstairs, ask Mr. Gem, who quickly gathers a small glass for you to drink heartily from.
You
Sometimes
troubled.
I like to randomly roll in the chat to make people think people are rolling in chat.
Think
Very troubled.
Why is
Early in the morning.
that not showing right now?
these journeys to the sands, through the sands of time, are beginning to catch up to me.
Sands of time. Sounds a little high caliber for my taste.
Yes,
So I have
probably
to
for mine.
adjust the rolls every
Can
single
I
week.
ask you a question?
You can ask. Not sure if I have the answer at this time of the morning.
The respite. I was given to understand that there are societies of different kinds with chapters. Is this
Y-
the case?
Well, yes and no. We have the occasional bandit who decides to come in once in a while, and then we lock them up and then hand them over to the nearby locals that Benin seems to be rather good with. And then, apart from
Yeah,
that,
that should be good.
no, we don't really keep people around here. Windspear, however, and Avon, they have prisoners from multiple occasions, native and across the river alike.
I'm not speaking of prisoners. I'm speaking of
Yeah, let me just reset this
chapters of
transformation altogether.
organizations from overseas,
Oh,
Lords
talking about
Alliance,
the
and the
guilds
like.
and the factions. Right,
Yes,
right. Brennan ain't a fan of them. I'm
I'm
gonna say
aware.
that.
I'm
Yes.
aware.
He does have contacts that do come in once in a while, to give out jobs. Um, those HDM fellas, they're coming in a few days. Lord's Alliance, they should be here tomorrow. And the representative of the Emerald Enclave, they should be here in about a week or so.
And Lord's Alliance representatives, when they come,
There, we'll get the whole map. A
where
little squish,
do they
but we'll
stay?
get the map.
Oh,
Do they
they
stay with you?
stay here most of the time. However, most of them have their own houses of religious intent, those temples on the coastline. Quite a few of them stay there.
Is there
There, I'm GDQ.
particular
I'm changing things on the fly
temple
midstream.
they patronize?
There, that should get more
You're
of the
looking
map
for
than
the
it
Lord's
used to.
Alliance, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, this will be
Ah,
easier because it
well-
was cutting off a lot before.
The Lord's Alliance don't really stick around. They like to throw in a few people in the militia over where Brennan has his mining frontier company. Apart from that, they usually like to have their representatives stay over at the Twins of Fate. The small garden place over there. The one with the boy and girl, child, statue, the
In this
fountain.
video at all times.
Over there, the Lord's
fair.
Alliance enjoys.
Yeah, no, the
Staying
overlay people, they're
on his
good.
off time.
The audio, on the
You'll
other
be
hand, audio
looking
and
for
video.
Arwen.
Oh, Alwyn's Lord's
Arwen.
Alliance? AYIN. I have notes on him.
Very well. I thank you for what you have
Orwin.
shared with me.
Never mind.
And,
Please get some more rest, it says. Very.
Gonna slowly make his way back to the back room.
all right. I'll walk out and I'll take a walk along the waterfront. Check out temples that are there.
Do Sinone join you?
I think I probably sent him. Oh, I don't know. Are there like wild beasts walking through the streets here? Typically,
Not that you can see.
in that case, I probably sent him out of town after our arrival. Told him to wait for me at a familiar spot where he waited for me last time.
Okay. You make your way out of the Lonely Sonnet. You can see that there is no signs of the sun currently. However, there is the fading moon already starting to go down. You make your way to the coastal line, taking almost 20 or so minutes to do so. The natural cold chill of the air does seem to seep through most of your clothing. Along the coastal line, you can see the ports and the ships, mostly travelers and traders coming from Windspear. Most of the potential buildings on the far left side of the miners and the current uh, owners of some of the buildings and temples nearby are all quiet and dark. You look over to see three buildings, or two buildings and a garden. You see one, a large vine-like temple surrounded by vines and dark green woods. Intertwined at the front, you can see what seems to be a golden vines wrapping around a green crown. on the front of the door. The second building, a large, dark metal, almost anvil-like shaped forge, seems to stand tall as the second building, mostly made of a dark black stone. However, the doors are open, and you can see what seems to be a flickering, roaring flame coming from within, smoke billowing from the top. You can see at the front of the door what seems to be a black anvil with a golden ring on top. The last, which is now a little more familiar based on Mr. Gem's description, is a large flowing garden with multiple steps and stands created to make seats along either side of the garden. A large fountain of porcelain white marble stands in the very center, with crystalline water flowing on either side. Standing on top of the fountain is a statue of a young boy and a young girl, both human, holding hands in holding each other's hands and facing each other.
I'll go over to the fountain.
You go over. There is a general quiet to the area. The surrounding sands are completely changed from the large flowing grass that seems to swiftly sway in the breeze. The water continuously flows from the fountain. You can see small bits of coin scattered here and there within its base. Small donations and offerings towards uh, the statue above. It is peaceful and quiet.
I'll take a closer look at the statues. See if. Oh, I guess just try to apprehend what exactly is being depicted here. What's the relationship between the two children? Why are they holding each other's hands? Facial expression? Any sort of mythical resonance that I can recall at the moment?
Go ahead and roll me a religion check, please.
That I can do. Be it perhaps not very well.
Okay. In regards to the statues, both of them are humanoid. Both look human. The boy seems to have maybe an inch taller than the girl, both wearing very common clothes. Looks like either villagers or some sort of just common folk. Uh, they are both smiling and both seem to be reasonably happy. You do remember reading book back in Windspear, meeting with one of the temple workers there at the library. You do remember reading a book concerning the gods and deities of the local land, and you are remembering the name of Ina and Aura, and the twins of fate seem to come to mind.
Uh, do I remember anything specific about them?
Apart from that, nothing seems to really come to memory.
I know which one is which.
Yes, you know that the boy is Ina and and the girl is Aura.
Do they appear to be looking at one another?
Yes, holding each other's hands, facing each other, and looking at each other, smiling.
there anything else that they seem to have on their person or holding in the other hand? Especially anything that seems to symbolize fate, at least to the best of my knowledge.
You can see. I'm gonna go ahead and say that you probably take your time with this. So, you
Yeah.
do see hanging from Ina's belt, the boy, hanging there, what seems to be a spyglass, and what seems to be on Aura's belt, what seems to be a set of scales. They are not holding in anything in their hands, and there doesn't seem to be anything else apart from their very common looking clothes. No signs of any jewelry or any signs of material possession that you usually see on more higher gods and goddesses. Uh, they seem very much for the common folk.
I will. So there are coins in the fountain?
Yes, there are.
I'll toss a gold piece into the fountain. And then I will just sit there on the lip of the fountain, facing the two children, and I will contemplate them for a while.
Coin flows into the fountain, rests at its base, along with the scattering of others. You take your time looking up upon them. An hour passes as you see the sun beginning to slowly rise on the horizon. However, you do sense a general calm while being here.
All right. Well, the sun begins to rise. I will bow slightly to the statues, and I will make my way out.
You bow and turn. You can't help but hear a slight sound of a child's giggle echoing out from behind one of the stands.
I will smile at that, and I will continue along the waterfront looking for quiet, secluded spot, grotto, or just section of beach. No one's around.
You do find a small gathering of stones a little further north along the coastline, maybe an hour out from Respite. You rest on there. You see the seafaring birds flowing overhead. Maybe a little further to the north, you can see what seems to be a small pack of desert-like wolves rushing through. Apart from that, it seems relatively peaceful.
All right.
I will unroll my mat, kneel down upon it, facing the east, and I will do my morning prayers and genuflections, after which I will return for breakfast.
Excellent. Everyone will return in due time. Everyone gets their full rest, hit dice, etc., etc., spell slots.
Okay.
For those who are returning to the Lonely Sonnet, you get your full rest, and should you decide to get a breakfast, you are free to do so.
Oh yeah, for
Uh,
sure.
How much for breakfast?
That depends. Are
room.
you wanting a normal one or are you wanting a hearty breakfast?
Normal.
Normal will be 2 silvers.
I
Normal
think
it is.
I'm gonna get up and make my way down for breakfast. Does Harry make it down about the same time as I do?
Yeah, but he still has a bit of attitude with him. Like he's just unhappy in general.
Hey, you did pretty good. You know what? Let me buy you breakfast today. And I'm gonna buy us both hearty breakfast.
All right.
Because
A hearty
Olive needs
breakfast
it.
will be 5 silvers each.
Done.
And I would like both of you to roll your d6.
Oops. Take it.
For those who have your hearty breakfast, go ahead and roll a d6 of temporary HP. That will remain until you leave the town or until you have passed 24 hours.
Wait,
So
if
for
we leave
room,
the town,
5
we lose
silver.
a temp HP.
So the moment you leave the town after 24 hours is when you leave it, or if
Ah,
you leave within 24 hours.
There you go, Bunny. I think we deserve a good meal.
You guys come down, nice thick bacon, hearty eggs, plenty of meats, plenty of carrots and broth, and plenty of vegetables for the more vegan options.
you think you're just gonna round out like carrots?
Place like this, I don't know if you can find some carrots.
I mean, I like carrots, but that's a little judgy, I think. But
I mean, what do you expect? People don't see your kind. They kind of have to assume something, you know?
Anyone else wishing to pay 5 silvers for a hearty breakfast? If not, 2 silvers for a normal.
It was 5 for the room, right, Rob?
5 for the room, yes.
Okay. You have to wait until we
Uh,
divvy up this cash to pay because I'm flat broke. at the
Vannon,
moment.
you took the big room again.
It's like the smallest like little closet.
The small is shared. There is a second medium room, which is a little bigger than like a dormitory room, and then there is the big like presidential suite room.
The dormitory one.
Okay, so that will be 5 silvers. Everyone gets their breakfast
And try to
in,
pet the bunny. I want to pet the bunny.
and unless anyone has something currently pressing to attend to, we can go ahead and start rolling some D100s.
Can we get this money divvied up real quick? The loot?
Sure thing.
Okay. Can we just assume, like, am I going to be able to sell these gems for 20 gold? Because if I can, it's going to make this a lot easier.
If you speak with Freya, she will give you the price of 20 gold pieces for it.
Okay, I'll do that. And then also if I could, like, I'll go there quick and then exchange up the because we have 55 gold, 295 silver, 470 copper, and assorted gems are 20. Can I exchange all those up to gold?
Uh, who are you going to? That's the question.
Is there a bank in town or something of that nature?
Bank.
I mean, I doubt Freya has that much
And they called it a
coinage on her.
mine.
Like, is there somewhere in town I expect to find a service that would?
You can speak around. You will hear that Benin does have an exchange, but he does tax a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I'll go to Bannon and exchange up the 295 silver and 470 copper.
Okay. He will charge
uh,
you 1 gold piece for the exchange of the silvers and bronzes to gold.
that sounds like more than what you get from like. Okay. I would
If you
also
wish to
go.
keep your silvers and bronze and coppers, Harry, I am willing to let you keep them.
Can I just okay? I'll just leave him the 5 silver and 70 copper as payment. Will that suffice, Benin? That's more than a gold.
Yes, that is completely fine.
Okay, great. That's excellent. Because altogether, then that gives us 108 gold, which is divisible by 6. So that's gonna be a lot easier. So I guess I'll do that, then return to the inn where everyone's at, and flop the sack of gold on the table. And I believe that is, unless my math is wrong, that is 18 gold apiece.
Yup, for 6.
Okay, everyone add 18 gold. I guess. Well, technically, is Haim here?
Haim is currently with the group.
All right, so I'll hold on to Haim's. Oh, he is. Sorry, I
Yeah,
misheard. Okay.
he's currently with the group.
All right, everyone's got 18 gold,
All right,
which is good.
everyone roll those D100s.
Okay.
Unless you guys are wishing to leave respites.
I don't think we have anything to do right now, do we?
Daisy would prefer to take a few days off.
Ooh, oh, that's 10. Nice.
I was digging for some information on my side really quick, but my D100 is
Excellent. Oh wow.
nice. It's not. It's pretty nice.
Let's see.
Can I-
So we got 26.
Can I ask what these are for?
No.
They're
No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're to figure out who's doing what in what turn order.
Oh.
I think I won the roll though, so good luck, guys.
Hey, you think that?
Ah, no, I won. Come on, look at that number.
I'm pretty sure I got 69 last time, didn't I?
Ahas.
That's
Did,
it.
yeah, and I went
That was
for
last
yeah.
time.
Keeping the tradition alive, Harry.
Actually,
Vanna got 79, but
Yeah, doesn't
you
matter.
know what? I
69's better.
almost forgot. Professor Branich, can you roll me another D100?
Certainly.
talk shit, get hit.
I'm slightly worried about what this is for, but I am going to roll it.
Okay.
I have a note here that I owe. This might be old though. That I owe Freya 5 gold. Is that?
You do.
I do. Okay. Definitely take care of that on my turn.
Okay, so a 94. Professor, you can't help but feel like a slight fourth wall has been cracked slightly.
Okay.
A crackling of energy shoots out into the sky, and something happens.
Okay. Is it bad?
You don't know. That's all I'm gonna say.
Can I insect the lightning strike in the sky?
You can certainly try.
It's just I'm just basically staying outside and I just see this. Like this just happens.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's that's not something that happens every day to me.
Harry, the gods work in mysterious ways.
Yes, they do.
Christ the gods. Sorry if I pissed anyone off. Being the best wizard I can be.
You have 4 days, unless you wish to stay longer within respite.
Why are we taking 4 days?
Um,
someone needs to
I
level
believe
up.
Daisy.
Oh,
So
okay.
I
Okay.
got
All
a
right, fair
coin
For a second, so
that apparently gets me
Be right back.
audience with
right.
anybody I want.
So,
That's currency.
4 days.
Knowledge was get
Daisy,
answer to one
welcome
question.
to level 4.
Yay.
And power
Go
was a
ahead and
ring that
roll
makes
your
you
hit
immune to
dice,
cold.
if you haven't done so
And
already.
+1
It's a
to
D8.
AC and saves as
Ooh.
long as you're near somebody else wearing the same ring, I think.
Where's the D8? No, that's a D100. That's a D8.
It might be a single use
Ooh, 8.
token.
I
but
love this.
The person with the
Okay.
biggest charisma, I think. I'm pretty sure I have the highest charisma.
All right.
That is an 8 for your health.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's so
Let me
beautiful.
double check.
And I will be taking
All
an
right.
ASI
Oh,
for level 4.
me and
Okay.
Adwin are tied, actually.
So, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a heads up on some things. 4 days are happening within respites, and there are going
But
to
hey, I might
be
make use out of it.
4 events happening within those days.
Ooh,
Ben,
okay.
Benin.
Interesting.
See.
Ben's having a
Within
party. I'm
respite,
invited.
you guys do have a point of reputation, given that you completed one of their quests, and you do have a bit of reputation with them now. I will say that on the second day, there is a familiar ship that returns to the docks of Respite. The Crickets returns.
Okay.
Third day, there is a gathering on the northern side of militia as well as Old Benin himself,
Ben's
who
having a
seems to
party.
gather at the northern side of the town of Respite. Thirdly, on the fourth day, what seems to be a singular scout coming from the western side comes to Benin's office with the details of mysterious findings to the far western side of the nearby land on the coastal side. Rumors of unknown growth and plantation rising from beneath the ground, as well as coming from further in to a small temple of an unknown deity. It seems that the vegetation and growth seems to be coming from the temple, either by unknown or darker means. However, the plantation is growing across the land and seemingly taking over most of the desert land that seems to
I
border
think
it.
I've seen this quest before.
This general information is passed around throughout the entire Frontier Mining Company, asking for any of those who dare to go towards the west to make haste and maybe find further information on this herbalized phenomenon that they have found. Lastly, on the fourth day, Mr. Gem is going to be closing the Lonely Sonnet on that particular day, as he is making a small trip towards the south, leaving his girls behind and taking a solo mission individually towards the south, having contacts of old previous tunnel runs and old company that he had across the pond. So unless you make lodgings before the fourth day, you will be unable to use the Lonely Sonnets as your resting place. Whether or not you wish to procure or delve into those events as you see fit. However, Daisy, you have 4 days.
So on the first day, Daisy is going to go and get the dragon tooth she took made into a necklace.
Okay.
She will also go and see how much the diamond that was found in the dragon's hoard is worth.
Okay.
Oh, and she will also pay for lodging for the fourth day before the owner goes.
Okay.
Going back to my boat.
So, checking in with these diamonds. Uh, Going over to the general store on your first day. You will go up to Freya and she will give you a friendly heads up. on that diamond. Which diamond are you talking about again?
It was one that was found among all these like gems in the Dragon Horde that we first
Yeah,
found.
Oh, the
Malon,
special diamond amongst those gems. Gotcha.
Yes.
from Lon Ranch. Best waifu.
Okay. With a little bit of inspection,
Yeah, too bad she's mortal.
she will quickly give you a heads up that the diamond will cost around about 120 gold.
Gotcha.
Alright, you gotta let the dog out. Be right back.
And how much to turn the tooth into a necklace?
Turning the tooth into a necklace, however, that will take a little bit of time. Freya will not direct you to her, however, will direct you to the Kenku behind the bar inside the Frontiers Mining Company.
All right.
She has a little bit of a knack for jewelry, it seems. Very, very good with her hands, that one, as well as pouring drinks.
Huh. Well, good to know. I will go on over and do that. I may be back later in the week, so later for you. And Daisy
Goodbye.
will go and talk to the Kenku.
Okay. Making your way inside the Frontier Mining Company, you can see the familiar militia going in and out. Benin's door is currently closed upstairs. However, you can see working behind the bar is the familiar black and white Kenku, still in her porcelain white dress, serving drinks, looks over towards you.
So, Freya told me you're good at making jewelry. Is that correct?
Oh, that jewelry. Correct.
So, from helping Grumpus, we fought a dragon, and I got this tooth. I was wondering if you could turn it into a necklace.
Turning to necklace. Can be done.
Reaches out her feathered hand towards you.
I give her the tooth.
She will quickly inspect it, looking it over. It is reasonably small, no longer than one of her finger feathers. However, she'll look over it, give a slow, gentle nod.
Probably can fix this. Couple gold.
I put down 3 gold. Is that enough?
This would do. Good with hands.
Yes. So that's what Freya told us. Well, told me. And how long do you expect it will take?
All days.
All right. I'll be back then. And then on the 4th day, when the scout comes by with the information, she will be very keen on listening into all this mysterious vegetation. And then she will go ahead and talk to Benin. No, not Benin, sorry, to Sil. And ask him for advice.
This is the fourth day
Yes.
or the third day when you get the information.
Oh, whenever I get the information.
Just putting this down now. You gather on the third day. The information from the scout seems to quickly spread throughout the Frontier Mining Company. Most of the militia completely disregard this information, going back to their business. However, Benin has left his door open to welcome those who wish to learn about the plant growth to the west.
I will go and talk to Benin.
Okay. Just out of mild curiosity to the rest
Mhm.
of the group, is anyone wishing to join Daisy on this particular event?
Well,
Which event is it again?
The
Plant
strange
growth
plant
to the
growth.
west.
Yeah, I'll go with them. I'm kind of curious about this too. If I mean,
Um,
if are you saying something about it? Like, hey, I'm going over. It's like an open invite, or do you want to go alone?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will let the party know that I'll be busy on that day doing that. So anyone who wants to
Okay.
come can come by.
Sure.
my answer would be dependent on if what I would want to do during the downtime is okay.
If you were wishing to return to the cricket on that day, you would be unable to join for the plant growth.
I'll shoot you a message because I don't want to repeat out yet, but
Sure thing. But those confirmed are Daisy, Professor, and Vannon.
Yeah, me for sure. I want to hear about this.
Okay. The door is wide open for each of you. Keep in mind that this is your event for the week within respite, so you are unable to join for the meeting, the return of the cricket, and Mr. Gem.
That's fine. Yeah. Who else? What was the third option you said?
Mr. Gem was the third option. The cricket is on the third day, and the meeting to the north, which was a gathering of militia and Benin towards the northern border of respite.
Ooh, yeah, I want to do I want to do the Ben and the militia. Honestly, hold off till that.
Okay. Vannon, you wanted to join Daisy, correct?
yeah, for that vegetation, yes.
Okay. And in answer to yes, Harry. Lisbon will definitely ignore you for that particular day.
I'm not saying I want to be ignored for that day. I want to be there full time, but if he denies me, then I would go.
He has other business on that particular day that is not involving the plant growth.
Personal business or like
He
weapony
will say
business?
personal business.
Damn, I was hoping it was weapony business.
So, are you going with them, Harry, or is
If
this?
if the person I would like to be talking to has been busy during that time, then yes.
Okay.
Because stuff coming in from stuff creeping in is definitely a signs for new threats.
You three come into Benin's office. Currently behind the speckled uh, glasses, he's looking over papers, looking up towards you.
Oh, finally, volunteers. It's about time someone came up.
So what's this about the growth?
The growth, the growth. Oh,
He quickly puts down a piece of paper towards each of you, giving you small details of the scout's report.
from what I have seen and what we have been given, information tells us that a old temple of one of the older gods here in the country of Islanda I believe it might be a temple for the Groven Queen. From my personal knowledge, she has been reasonably unwell when it comes to the current uh, expansion of invaders to her country, or apparently her land. For she has slowly but surely spread her influence. The issue is that most of this vegetation has become trapped by unknown means. We have tried to have people return to the temple, however, they have found themselves to be blocked off. And when coming to possession or even close contact of this vegetation, they have found themselves extremely unwell and even falling unconscious due to poisons. I wouldn't exactly suggest that you should go in immediately, given your current experience. However, it is something to look on in future if the borders continue to dwindle closer to town.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you, Benin. And I give him a slight bow.
Oh, of course, I will say, I will put money into this project should you desire to go into it. From my personal knowledge and from the scout, it seems that creatures are slowly beginning to rise from the vegetation. Seemingly some sort of husks or creature like minions
I
of
like
a
that vibe.
higher power, perhaps those of herself.
I would enjoy any reports regarding those creatures whenever they become available as time progresses. It would be a great use for creating a battle plan if we decide to go and tackle it.
Well, as would I like to know about the research as well, should you find yourself towards the west. However, in concerns to profits and actual business of the project, if you two come upon the temple and find a means of entering it, I will be willing to part with 50 gold pieces to find entry to the temple. However, rumors of powerful possessions within the temple itself, now finding artifacts and magical items within there that could be the source of this grand vegetation, would also be very valuable to us. I would be willing to part with a fair amount of gold and perhaps future investments should you find the source of this vegetation.
Very well. What about you two? What do you think?
I'm curious in the whole ancient artifacts. Is what I'm most interested in.
I'm mostly curious why this creature creeping in is being pushed by natural forces or magical forces. Why is
I too would like the answer to these questions. Therefore, if you find yourselves in the proximity, do give information and details. I would love to know. Is there anything else you wish to discuss about this matter? I do have papers to return to.
From my point, no. I think I'm pretty content.
I'm gonna ask if there's a spot we can learn. I can do some research on on the gods for the area, on the temple and stuff like that.
Oh, well, we do have temple of Venus on the coastal line. The large wooden one with the vines around it.
If you
That's
want, Vannon, I can take you
it's
down
the
there.
temple.
I've been there before.
Yes, that would be very helpful.
Good to know that I'm helping or anything. else.
You did get the gold. Yes.
After that, I'll go pay for the inn, and then that would be everything. Pretty much good to go.
All right.
So
You
that's
take your
5 silver
time.
per day, right?
5 silver per day. And you will need to order your room before the 4th day. Otherwise, you will have to stay outside.
Right. So for like the 4 days, it's 2 gold, right?
Sorry, what was that?
For the 4 days of the resting phase,
That
it's
will
two
be
gold,
two
right?
gold. Yes.
And then the food as well would be like what, 8, right?
Uh, it
For a
will
normal.
be 8 silvers. Yes.
Right. Perfect.
Okay. Nothing else to do, Daisy?
Nope.
Excellent. Vannon, you have completed your event for this week, so you will not be doing any of the others. However, you do have a few days to do as you wish.
I would basically Van would be taking the first day and then just drinking and partying it up since he just came back to life.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Am I within 20 feet of the professor?
That's a good question. Are you within 20 feet of the professor while he's getting absolutely hammered?
No, like for probably a moment out of that, I'm not gonna get hammered, but I'll like have a drink with him to celebrate him not being dead. But then I'll go about doing my own shit. I mean, I'm sure
Sadly, that
throughout
will be a no in that
throughout
case.
the course of the 4 days, I'm sure we'll come into contact.
19 doesn't matter.
Okay. You drink heartily on your first night, mostly. The second night is reasonably rambunctious. You do end up getting in a bit of a tirade with some dwarven miners that you end up skinny dipping in the ocean for a hot minute. You don't particularly remember it, but you are told about it. The third night, however, you do seem to catch your stride and eventually start downing a few drinks here and there without any relative issue. But you are all good for the 4th day. You do, however, do spend around about 10 golds worth of drinks throughout your 4 days.
Okay. Plus the 2 gold for the
For your
hotel.
lodging, correct? Yes.
Alright. Alrighty.
Apart from that, you are free to do as you wish on your last day, should you wish to go down to the coast.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go to where the research stuff was that they were talking about.
Okay. Guided by Daisy, you make your way over towards the 3 temples, or should I say the 2 buildings and garden on the coastal line. You come up to the very first building where the doors before were closed now are open, revealing the wooden benches and the flowing vines that creep around the entire inside of the temple. Within, small pockets of fairy light dance from the bulbs and blossoms from each of the vines, displaying small flowers throughout the entire intricacies. A singular altar at the end can be seen, displaying a flowing golden haired elven figure in dark green and red robes. And directly behind her, standing
Um,
almost holding out
is
in
more of
a
a
graceful
vodka?
motion with her hand,
I was
is
wondering
a
what kind of
beautiful
water you had
elven
on tap,
woman with
kind of
almost reddish
professor.
like hair and black hair running down a flat flowing dress of leaves directly behind her. This tall, statuesque figure, completely adorned in green and gold throughout her entire structure. The moment you enter the door, the blonde haired elf will look over in your direction, give a slight wave before returning to her papers on her altar.
I'm going to walk up to the, I guess, priestess. I'm not entirely sure who, and then ask about any books or knowledge about the temple or any
One should
temples in the
bow
area.
before the Queen of the Feywild when entering her sanctum.
I am somewhat Fey-ish also.
Somewhat. She'll just look up from her altar and looking over in your direction. Those who have the Fey line would also remember to respect their queen.
Yes. And I genuflect.
A slight hint of a smile rises on her lips as she slowly steps from behind the altar as you genuflect. Stepping out to reveal the flowing reds and blacks of her dress, she will step forwards. What comes and welcomes you within the bosom of our fairy queen? Do you wish to seek guidance upon the natures of our land?
Guidance and knowledge.
Guidance and knowledge. Surely you would be guided by your in-will and innate talents, Fey touched. But guidance and knowledge can be acquired for those who are inept.
I am fairly capable of researching.
What is it
I
you
just
wish
need to
to
know where.
seek?
I just want to find some more information about ancient, the gods of the region and the people that used to live in the area beforehand.
And what is that?
What?
What do you seek? What information do you desire? The
Um,
general grasping hand of our fair queen should not be tampered by mere mortals. If she wishes to grasp out and take what she wishes, then that is the will of nature itself.
what? I'd like to know more about what the Fey Queen would want to, why they would do such a thing, or if what they would be wanting to see or get.
If she desired to reach her grasp towards those who dare enter her lands unprecedented, then it should be more than enough information as to why she desires to read you from these lands. A good harvest means a scythe must cut the wheat. And if the wheat is weak enough to be cut, then clearly it is not good harvest.
How can we go about getting an invite?
You wish to speak with the Queen of the Feywilds?
Or at least
You
just see the
truly
area of the Feywilds.
Well, I could get one, but I'm not giving it to him.
fascinating. Very fascinating. Perhaps in due time, if you desire to get in her good graces, I think she can give you the information you dare desire. Otherwise, I don't
Desire
think that she'll see
information.
your harvest as kind enough to grace it.
Is there anything I can do to try to get better in her good graces?
Preserve nature. Enjoy its consumption of the mere presence of this diseased land. Let her take her time and consume, and soon the plague will fade away and we will continue our journey forwards once more.
Are there any books or stories about the ancient peoples from this area?
Not of my possession. Although,
Elven blade thrown to
perhaps,
hit.
if you wish to speak upon the natives of this
To be
land,
fair, I'm not entirely
you
sure what they're
could
talking about.
try to speak them
I
yourself.
think it has to be with the
There is
plant
a
growth.
village to the north here, from what I gathered of my
That's going
general
on
knowledge of the land.
that we might be going out on.
They are kind of folk, it seems. They were here just a couple days ago, from what I remember.
Oh, I'm not watching. I'll have to watch it later.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Of course. Please do return if you want to learn more of her Grand Majesty. She'll slowly turn around, returning to the altar, head down towards her papers.
Van genuflects and then backs out again.
Daisy will ask Vannon if he found what he was looking for.
Somewhat.
Oh, that's good.
Those will be your 4 days, Venom?
Yes.
Excellent.
And that's Ocarina. Wait,
Harry,
that's Ocarina of Time, right?
you're up.
3D.
You did your event already,
That's crazy.
so you cannot join any of the others.
Okay. Starting out day one, I would like to go attempt to talk to Lisbon. After I first take a stop at the general store to talk to a certain someone that I owe stuff to.
You enter the general store on your first day. Freya is there, will welcome you with open arms, generally happy to see that you've returned. She'll get the details from you, most specifically. So, just so I'm getting this straight, Grump sent you over to the far western side. You gathered some eggs, fought Kobold, and now Vannon's back, right?
More or less, yeah.
And what did you choose exactly?
Knowledge, obviously.
Gotcha. Good. Well, hopefully the information was well.
No,
And
it was honestly not worth it. Anyway.
oh, oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's not the answer.
Yeah, it was kind of
However,
information I
The
already
question
roughly
that
was going
drives
to follow
us.
through with anyway, and it just ended up being the answer to the question that I had without me knowing it. So,
well, I
Who
guess at
is
least it's a more solid answer and
Morbius?
confirmed your suspicions.
I guess so. Yeah.
Now,
But
business
anyway,
as before, gold on the table, thank you very much.
yeah, I stack up a gold pile and slide over to her. My debt for you.
Anything else you wish to speak to me, Harry?
Right now it was more just to pay my dues that I was owed, as I said I would do.
Excellent. Please do come back. We might have some more business in the next coming days. From what I hear, that ship that you came on is coming back in maybe a day or two.
His ears would perk up at hearing that. Oh, do we know why? Is there any stated reason?
Not that I heard. They were just coming back for general supply run. I heard that one of them wanted to talk to someone here. I can't remember who it was.
Can't imagine who.
Doesn't matter. Business as usual. Good luck on your information, Gav.
Okay, I will take and head off on the original target to Lisbon.
Okay. She will take the gold. You exit the store. Returning to the warehouse, you can see a fair amount of miners and workers are already beginning their treks back and forth from the mine outside of town, as well as filing in and slowly constructing the means within the warehouse. The general structure of the large carriage is already beginning to be built, as well as the small tracks that are leading out on the further side of the warehouse. Standing at the entrance, familiar to you, is the Drow Elf, wearing his very tight looking pinstripe suit, looking over towards you with a slight smile. Ah, my protege has returned.
I kind of give him a little bow.
You wish to discuss more about your little fire situation, yes?
I wouldn't say discuss, more like enact.
Enact. How do you say this, third one?
I say,
How do you mean? We have plenty of means for you to practice yourself on the far side, as well as maybe protection yourself with some of the blacksmiths on the far side of the construction. Unless you are wishing to perhaps procure one for yourself.
I am looking to procure one, but not with the means of currency, but maybe by the means of hard work, knowledge sharing, cooperation. You know,
I do hope you have months in that case.
I have as much time as I'll need to get to this final goal.
Maybe in small increments, yes. In one go, probably not, given I would probably need your full attention for those upcoming months. However, I do think that I can make something work. What exactly were you willing to offer me?
My soul.
The drow elf, the pale eyes watching over you.
Out of character, with my background, would I not have the ability to just apprentice under people
If they
with
were
my
willing.
background?
You have your papers, yes?
I have all my certifications and past knowledge. Um,
Dough is solid, I think. Yeah.
I could also say, paying it forward, that any weaponry created from this also goes toward helping protect the town and bring back resources and re-procure resources for future works.
You know what? I think I might have something of mind. I do have business to the north of here by a town, a smaller native town by the name of Bochian. It is maybe a couple days travel from here. However, there is by the name what is Zenis. By the name of Zenis. He is currently holding a small gathering of tools and possessions that I have bought from him in the past. He is currently stockpiling them within the town, and I would like for them to be returned. If you are able to return these, then that could probably be a good step forwards to possessing one of my vast collection.
Would the procurement of a possibility of a weapon of your vast collection also include knowledge of said weaponry and its creation?
That's pretty crazy. I don't even. Oh, it's Gygus? That's pretty
Perhaps
good.
one job is good for
Okay, yeah, that's
now,
pretty good.
and maybe another can be made. You're one of the
Oh,
ones that go in and out and do jobs, yes?
yes. Currently, we are holding down for a few days, getting our wits among us, and taking some time for personal endeavors. So, for this few days, is there any way that I could train with you, work with you, or assist you in any way for, say, the creation of your maybe next weapon?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Is proficiency give any bonuses on this besides just the flat bonus?
With persuasion?
Oh, you said, I think you said perception. You know what? Did I mishear
Sorry,
that?
persuasion, please.
Persuasion. Okay, never mind. Ignore that. Doesn't mean anything. Not bad.
18. You see a slight hint of a smile creep across his lips, taking a small hint, looking over your hands where small soot and singes can be seen.
And in your papers, we could possibly have an extra hand at the forges. And in due time, maybe you'll be able to work and see
Papers,
how things are
please.
done around here.
Ticket.
I will need your full attention for the next few days, however.
Gladly.
Excellent. The next 2 days, however, I have personal business, so you'll be relieved for that day. Apart from that, I will have your attention for today, tomorrow, and the day after my business. And do not worry, I will pay you. In coin and in knowledge.
As long as I get that
Arceus
knowledge.
Giratina. Oof.
In due time.
Mm-mm-mm.
He will give you a nod, take your papers, give a slight sign on a small piece of paper, and hand it back to you.
I look it over.
Uh,
Like, what is it?
you are free to work within the warehouse and the forges for the time being, signed by Lisbon, head lead director of the project of the Cannon Rock Carriage. You will be paid 5 silvers per day, 5 silvers per hour, should I say. allowing you to have
Right on.
free lodging within some of the residential areas here, or should you decide to join your friends within the Lonely Sonnet.
Lodgings. What kind of lodges are they? Like, is it a
Same
house
as
or?
very much the same as what you were dealing with Olive and the professor. However, you are sharing now with 20 other people.
Okay, so it's not like a house person. Like, I'm not given a house temporarily. Okay.
No.
Um, I'd like to read over it, and I'd like to see if maybe I can persuade the permission of use of tools as well, as I have no pickaxe, and I'm very interested to maybe possibly mine things in the future.
He will allow you to gain the possession of a pickaxe for 1 hour's of worth of work. After
I like
that
how
hour, he will allow you to take the
I like how
pickaxe
Dan and
and
Ivan
begin
aren't. You can't see it, but
keep
they
it for
got
the
kicked
time
out of roll
being.
20.
However,
Dan
he
can.
will not make you mine in the mines with the others. He will keep you where he knows you're relatively good and keep you at the forges.
Yeah, the goal is to have a pickaxe in the future that if at some point we go out on another adventure and we come across cannon rock, that maybe I can potentially harvest some for my own.
You will, in the passing days, however, get a small gathering of side ores that you have left in a small crate beside you. You will end up with around about 3 pounds worth of cannon rock spare. These are like small little bits of broken off ore that have been placed to the side. Can be melted down, perhaps, in the right conditions, but you don't know how to do that yet.
Also, since I have access to the forge while I'm there, I would like you take what scrap metals I have that are completely destroyed, that aren't anything still usable. So like pretty much scraps, bits. Because like we found some tons in there, and like I wouldn't want to melt down like fully functioning metal things. I would hold on to that scrap. But if it's like just purely destroyed, fragments, shattered, no real use besides just being metal, then I'd like to refine it down into a workable ingot so
Okay.
that I don't have to have the box full.
Um, I will go ahead and ask you to roll me a blacksmithing's tools check, and I will ask you to use your intelligence for this, please.
Do I still get the bonus from the Smith's tools?
Yes, you do. You still
Okay,
get proficiency.
so you said flat intelligence plus proficiency.
Yes, sir.
Uh, I'm gonna roll a history check just because it does that roll automatically, so or with the bonuses, so it will be for the appropriate roll.
Okay. So, 19.
Yep.
Okay. Within the few days that you are given, you turn around about 5 pounds of scrap into 2 reasonable pounds of ingots. You still have the leftover cannon rock that is still in your possession. That is not melted down.
Yeah, I imagine you couldn't melt cannon rock down. I imagine that was not gonna be that as simple as ore.
You have seen some of the higher end workers actually melting down ores, but it is a more dangerous process, and you have noticed that the ones that do most of this are dragonborn of the golden or red variant.
Okay. Uh,
A lot of fire resistance there.
So since the box is now empty, I'm going to fill it with the excess scrap cannon rock, assuming that this isn't theft. That's just one thing I want to make sure it's not theft.
You get a general idea that whenever you put something in scrap, most of them let it just pass because they too understand that scrap is scrap. Uh, Once in a while, you might try and throw something reasonably bigger in there, but you do see someone pick it out and then get back to work on it. But you do take mostly scraps that are not claimed or useful to the rest of the company for the time being.
As long as it's not me stealing, and yeah.
Sure. All right. You put in the time, I suppose, putting in the 5. How many hours do you work per day?
Since I really have nothing else planned, I imagine to be 10 to 12s,
Okay.
like somewhere in that range,
You'll
because like I'm putting most of my day into this.
you'll gain a total of 15 gold pieces by the end of the 4th day. Most of which are extremely exhausting. Your muscles and bones are mostly aching by each night that you find your bed. However, business is good. You seem to have
See,
built a
hard
small
work.
reputation with Lisbon.
Hard work pays off.
In the crate, there's you said 3 pounds. I got 3 pounds of cannon rock stuff.
2 pounds of cannon rock and 2 iron ingots.
Yeah, I have the 2 pounds of bars of workable metal. So it was 2 pounds of cannon rock is what I now filled the box with.
Yes.
Right.
And that is your days? Yes.
Uh, yeah, I don't have anything else planned.
Excellent. Which leads us to Hayin. You have 4 days. You have not entered any of these events yet, so you are free to do as you wish.
I don't have much to do the first day after my visit to the Temple of the Twins of Fate, but the following day, when the ship comes in, I will wait for Orwin and Co. to disembark. I'm not gonna stalk them,
Mhm.
but initially I'll just await them at the inn.
Okay. You see one of these ships coming in around about midday. Stepping from it are 4 figures that step to either side of the gangplank, all displaying flowing white robes adorning the sigil of the Lord's Alliance. Carrying tower shields at the front and pikes at their side, you can see one figure stepping down with flowing white robes behind them, a set of plate mail adorned, freshly cleaned and polished, glimmers the sunlight off his chest as he steps on down. A darker looking dragonborn. Darker greenish to black like scales covering most of his form. Uh, a singular circlet covering the horns that adorn either side of his head. He holds in his hand the hilt of a long sword that he holds at his side. Will make his way over quietly, give a nod to his guards, and take a seat onto one of the small raised stands of the nearby garden of the Children of Fate.
That's the
Look up
first
towards.
place they head.
He heads towards the garden-like temple, looks up towards the statue and gives a slight nod. Also brings out a coin, flicks it into the fountain, and takes a place at one of the larger marble-like stone stairs.
I don't think I'm going to stalk them at the temple. They've just disembarked, need to do what they need to do. I will wait to see if they show up at the inn where Jem said they're to be staying.
You wait the next few hours inside the Lonely Sonnet. You do see the gathering of white cloaks gather at the door. However, you see the four individuals holding the shields and the pikes at the ready, but you do not see the Dragonborn amongst them. They take a seat onto one of the smaller tables to the side, leaving their weapons and equipment at the door. But they quietly gather a few drinks from one of the nearby barmaids. You'll see the familiar red-headed human female coming over to them quietly, getting their order, rushing over, and then returning with a few drinks.
What's their response to the help?
Uh, they seem rather quiet, quietly talking amongst themselves, polite to the human barmaid as she comes over. Most of them giving greetings, a general nod and smile, but most of them seem rather adamant in their conversation.
All right, I'm going to wait until it seems like they've had their fill of food, and then I will make my way over their table.
Okay. What is your passive perception?
My passive perception is 14.
Okay. You make your way over towards them, hearing a small hint of conversation. For the amount of times I've told you, I hate coming back here. The sand, it gets everywhere. It's always getting in my armor. And the amount of times that Orwin dares come back to this place, don't understand why he's so obsessed with that garden. Aaron, do not worry. Bartholomew, you not have to worry about it too long. Perhaps another more visits, and then he will be satisfied, and we will return to the Empire once more. Ah, yes. I will return and enjoy Waterdeep. It will be good to return there. At that point, you see one of the heads rise up, noticing your presence as the conversation ends. One of the helmets rise, lifting up to display a wood elf in front of you. The dark reddish and dark hairs cropped up into a single buzz cut, where the color can be seen at the top. However, he looks over. Can I help you? Seem rather interested.
I give a slight bow, and I will say, my name is Im al Shamidhari. I'm a Kalashite, relatively new to this land, but I've heard that you, along with your master, were arriving today, and I was hoping have a word with him, if that is not too much to ask.
No, I don't think it's too much to ask. Usually people enjoy heading over there and talking to him. Usually welcomes conversation.
Over there, meaning at temple.
Yes,
The
those who find themselves at that garden usually enjoy conversating with Orwin. He seems quite the talker.
very well. I thank you for the information, and as it does not seem to troublesome anyone, I will go and seek an audience.
By all means, just don't mention the scales. He's a little sour about the scales.
The scales and the
He,
statue.
he takes a look around at some of the others who seem to lower their gaze, trying to avoid the continued conversation. The Wood Elf will return to look towards you. He's had an incident before concerning the color of his scales, and, well, best not to mention them.
Oh, those scales. Understood.
No worries. May the lords protect you. And he will return about towards you.
And you. I will bow slightly again, turn and leave, and head to the temple.
The Wood Elf would return to his seat, continuing their conversation. You make your way over to the coast. There is a slight change to the scenery now, as you've noticed there is a small gathering of individuals that are still taking care of the garden, uh, replacing and regrowing small flowers that adorn most of the garden surrounding the fountain and the surrounding stands. However, the familiar dragonborn with the dark green and black scales continues to sit and watch the fountain from his place in the stands.
I will walk in and approach the fountain from the other side. I will sit down and remain still a while, listening to the sound of the water falling.
It is a general peaceful scenery as you sit there. The occasional signs of small bug life can be seen amongst some of the hedges and flowers here. The occasional butterfly flows by. The soft rush of the water fountain in front of you, however, you do notice the eyes of the Dragonborn slowly begin to filter over in your direction through the space of the water. He'll tilt his head slightly, taking a slow look in your direction,
We will
then
meet,
begin to rise.
look back, and nod in acknowledgement. And I will say, greetings to you, Orwin. Your men indicated that you might be found here. I am Aim al-Shamedhari.
You see him step over, the continuation of his robes flying behind him as he eventually finds a seat maybe a couple feet away from you. His eyes, pale white, now that you see them up close, continues to stare forwards towards the fountain itself.
So, you seek a little conversation, it seems. Haim,
I do.
and what kind of subject does this conversation have?
Possible collaboration, if that is of interest to you.
A unionization of efforts, I see. Is that what you're looking for?
I am quite recently arrived here from Kalimshan and the vicinity of the city of Shamadhar.
Northerner. Been a while since I've heard about one of you. Desert walker, sand digger.
Yes, that is why I came. I was hoping I could make myself useful in this land that seems to share some features with my own.
Yes, I do believe you would be welcomed in this place. Very at home, it seems. Or at least, it seems like that to me.
But
You seem a little lost, Haim.
we are all a little lost without guidance from above, as I'm sure you realize. You are here.
I
I
can agree, yes.
spent some hours yesterday contemplating this fountain and did restore a semblance of balance in my thinking and provide me with some peace, which has been hard to find here. But if I could continue, I found employment with Benin as a guide to others who were working for him to the mine. But I have come to realize that this employment does not suit me.
I see.
I find that people who are running the mining operations here know little of this land and its inhabitants. And not only do they know little, but they seem markedly uninterested in learning any more. They
You
do not know.
see, my good friend Haim, that is the problem with Benin. He
Yes.
lacks true futuristic ambition.
He is
He is
driven
very
by
well rounded.
he is driven by the love of gold, as are many.
That he is not, I do not believe. He is not one for material things, for he lacks and does not desire them, it seems. He wishes to adapt this land and perhaps integrate himself into it. He wishes to become one of them, not to be amongst them. He has lack of ambition, which could be the future of the Empire, and an empire that we so desire to uphold. If you are seeking guidance, Haim, then I am more than welcome to give you it. Because for me, the guidance from above is all I need.
He turns towards you, the eyes now evident as the pale, milky whiteness are clear in front of you.
I don't need my eyes to see the path forwards when it has already been made for me.
If you wish to find a path that has already been made for you,
Haim, then I am more than welcome to welcome you into our ranks.
I am far from certain that I am made of the stuff that builds empires. I not think that the powers on high have sent me here for this reason.
I don't think I was asking you to build an empire. I was asking you to be the mold and mortar, to build it together.
I am not entirely sure what that means, but um,
If you would like
you,
to know, Haim, then you are welcome to meet me within Windspear once more. Perhaps the Lord's Alliance could use someone like you.
I am certainly willing to meet with you again in Windspear if need be, and discuss a possible collaboration. But I allow that you know this man Benin better than I, as I have not been here long. But he does seem, if perhaps it is true that he is not driven by the love of gold, but he is involved in these mining operations, and from what I have seen, the material he seeks to mine is an
Benefit
evil.
to the Empire, yes.
I was in a miner's cave, which was covered with this stuff, and
Oh, you did you?
yes,
Did you by chance figure out where that was?
oh, I know exactly where it is, but it is inhabited by hundreds, if not thousands, of these ant men called Thrycreen. Um,
They
and
have possession of a fine amount of this material.
I am not convinced that acquiring more of this material is of benefit to anyone. It is deadly, kills indiscriminately, and it does not Grove the honor of any who use it.
Well, I will go ahead and speak a small saying that I've heard of the north of your people. If a wolf lashes out towards its owner, it does not kill the wolf, it tames it. Because that wolf becomes the finest tracking companion man can possess. Do not kill the wolf, tame it. Train it. Create it into your perfect tracking method. I do not see this material, nor does the Empire see this material as a rabid wolf. No, it sees it as a pup of a means to train. The king has ordered us to come here to gain possession of that, and Benin is doing a fine job of it. But his ambitions are turning his attention away from the job at hand. If he does not wish to continue and scour this mine you speak of the material that we so desire, then perhaps the Lord's Alliance could put in their own efforts.
Fear the mine we are speaking of has been destroyed.
They will feel the quake of our boots as we come and take them. Thank you for this information, Haim.
And thank you for the time you have given me.
Of course. I will be returning here, maybe in the next passing of moon. But not tonight. In the next days, I will return to Windspear. I welcome you at the Chalice of Retribution. Should you ever return there, I'll be welcoming you with open arms.
I understand. Have a pleasant stay here.
To you, Haim. He once again turns his head facing towards the fountain, his hands remaining at his side, continuing to stare forwards.
I will bow once again and exit.
Anything else you wish to do, Haim?
For the time being, no. I will probably spend the next few days in part outside the city, training the wolf, in part buying supplies, but nothing terribly interesting.
Your training goes uninterrupted. Sinoon continues to create his bond with you. It will give you a small bit of information as to the location of the village that it had towards the north.
Village of
The village of Bochian.
Thank you, Dan, for the 66 months of
Which
Prime
should be now
Gaming. Heck yeah.
updated on the roll 20.
On the roll 20.
A little further north from Respite.
oh, I see. Does it give any information about significant about this village?
Uh, it
Yeah, I need to
did
change
saying
those
that
I don't
there
have
was
to
a
keep updating
gathering
it. But
of maybe 20 or so bodies coming
oh,
from
I
the
have to do it
village
on
the first night, and
struggle
seemingly heading down south.
Yeah, on the card.
Apart from that, it returned around the second and third day, and we didn't see any signs of any return.
Bodies. Well, bodies return.
These bodies do not seem to return on its journey throughout the days.
Not quite clear on what is meant by bodies returning or bodies not returning.
There is a gathering of 20 or so figures, humanoid in nature, seemingly native.
2 new spells. Oh, you
seemingly
got
coming
2 new
from the
spells per
town
card.
to the north.
I'm like, when did I
and the
get that?
south.
Yeah, I can't
Throughout
wait
its
till
time out
4th
on the
level
outskirts,
Warlock, because
as
then I
you
get a new
might see
cantrip.
fit, Sinoon did not see this
It would be
20 or so
nice.
bodies return to the north.
How far away is this village?
Maybe a couple days or so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Um,
All good.
30 miles.
all right. So I will make my preparations.
Okay. That will be your week, Haim.
Oh shoot, my turn.
Okay. Olivia.
All right. So on the first day, let's see. She would go ahead and try and get the stream of information flowing with what little she can. She's used to working in bigger cities. Using ear to the ground from my urban bounty hunter background, I'm gonna see if I can find anyone who may or may not have any information on my quarry. I know this may take a couple days to gather.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to roll me roll me investigation check, please. With advantage given your background. Oh boy. 10. So, given the next few days, you get a small gathering of information, uh, mostly from Benin, concerning the papers that he was given in regards to your quarry, as well as any other small bits of information, including logbooks and little heads up that he had come across one of the temples to the coast, but not entirely sure which one. Apart from that, any signs of the uh, small gnomish or halfling-like figure have been completely null and void within respite, as Bennett has already given a picture that you have provided to the militia and guards to keep an eye out for the individual, and they have come up fruitless.
All right, but I'm sorry. What did he say about one of the temples to the coast that he's not quite sure about?
Uh, there was rumor that the halfling was seen at one of the temples,
Gotcha.
but not entirely sure which one.
Temples to the north, I'm guessing.
On the coastal line here.
Oh, okay. Oh, around Respite.
Around Respite, yes.
All right. Do I know? Okay. Then yeah, day Day 2. Yeah, I'm gonna try and see if I can hit up some of those temples.
Okay. So you are ignoring
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
gathering to the north?
I'm sorry. Also, while I'm waiting for the information to come back from me, I heard that there were some bounties on the board
Yes.
that I wanted to check out. So yeah, I would do that on day 1.
Okay. On the board, there are 2 bounties that you can see. One of which is of monster hunting, and the other is an actual bounty. You can see on the gathering of monster hunting, there is currently a bounty for a pack of winter wolves that have appeared near the Howling Moor to the far north. Most of them have began to reach down towards some of the more local areas and some of the more local towns, the natives nearby. However, Benin has put forward that if the leader of these winter wolves is found, captured, and brought back dead or alive, uh, they are willing to pay a total of 120 gold pieces alive and 100 gold pieces dead.
120 alive, 120 dead.
120 alive, 100 dead.
100 dead. Gotcha.
The bounty, however, is for one snarl jump back. You can see that there is a very weird looking individual. The snout has been pulled out, the nose pressed in, almost very much Knoll hyena like in structure and build. However, most of the jaw has been completely taken off, displaying what seems to be a overbite of the snout and just a complete stump directly underneath. This particular bounty is requested for higher level bounty hunters, given that those who have been trying to find him in the past have been returned dead and mostly eaten. The bounty for Snarl currently is 500 gold pieces dead or alive.
Do they have a last known or any other locale informations?
No current location known apart from the far western side of the remains of Trist was his last seen location.
Trist?
Yes.
Holy cow. Okay.
You will notice that both of these papers seem to have been left there for a while. There are recent signs of more recent torn papers from most of the militia and gathering parties that have come here within the frontier.
Do
But these are the 2 that are left behind.
do either of these 2 have contact? I'm guessing monster hunting was Benin.
Monster hunting is Benin. For the bounty, however, you will see a familiar name underneath it.
It
Underneath
wouldn't be
the
Rogue, would it?
bounty, that would be roguish,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. All right.
Underneath is the details to come to the crickets and speak with roguish in concerns to your bounty.
All right, I'm taking them both.
All right.
All right.
Left a nail behind.
Yep. Roll them up. Put them in my sack. Okay. Then get the information. Day 2. Now I'm going to the temples.
Okay. Once again, you see the familiar two buildings and one large garden. The
Dan, just give me the info in a message real
large
quick in a DM.
vine-like
Sorry.
structure on the far left-hand side, the doors open. The larger, more solid stone-like and metal structure of dark black, billowing smoke from its top, and the doors are open, revealing the flames burning inside, as well as the small garden, the fountain-like structure of the two children holding hands.
Huh, this is strange. All right. Um yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find anyone to talk to.
You see that there is the occasional gardener, and there is one individual remaining on the stands in the garden. One black and greenish scaled dragonborn with the plate armor and the flowing white robes behind him continues to stare forwards towards the statue. You can see what seems to be a singular individual within the wooden temple, standing behind the altar. Apart from that, the center building, there are the occasional miner that seems to walk in and out. However, you can see that there is a small gathering of individuals in there moving back and forth.
All right. Think to myself, this is why I usually stay in the city. First thing I want to do is try and gather or take a quick look at everyone I can in the area and see if they have all of their fingers noticeable.
You enter the first building and can see quite clearly that the elven figure wearing the dark black and reds of her dress, both hands are resting above uh, her abdomen, and you can see that both hands have all sets of their fingers. There does not seem to be anyone else within the first building.
Right. What about the gardeners outside?
The gardener is outside. I need you to make a perception check.
Yeah. This is why I stick to cities. 16.
16. You noticed that none of the gardeners are currently missing any of their fingers. There's the occasional cut, the
Mhm.
occasional scar of general labor work. Um, the individual sitting on the stands, however, you will notice that while the hand that is gently grasping onto the handle of the blade uh, has all of its appendages, you can see the one that is currently resting over his chest, the thumb is currently missing on that hand.
Okay. Which hand is resting on the blade?
His right hand.
Right hand. All right. And then occasional miners coming in and out. Quick look at them.
I'll go ahead and ask you for another perception check.
That's more like it. 5.
Uh, you take your time to step to the front of the entrance, mostly inspecting from the side. However, you notice mostly that these individuals still have their hands, fingers, thumbs. Uh, you will notice that inside that most of the individuals that are currently working within the temple are covered in robes and darker charcoal-like skin adorning most of them. A slight flicker of flame to their eyes as they look over in your general direction, give a nod before going back to their work.
All right, then I'll go to the person inside that was waiting there. Hi. Sorry, I'm not from here or really know of this place. Do you work here?
Who you ask?
The lone figure that was in the wooden temple area. The one inside, you said?
You see the elven woman, the dark black hair, blonde hair flowing back, just looks in your direction. Oh, hello there. We are welcoming to those of the Fae. Our queen is all welcoming, even to those who do not see vigilance in the sunlight.
Yes, that's wonderful. Um, I was wondering if you've seen someone around here. I'm looking for someone.
There are many who pass through here. Although if you're looking for one of your kin, I have to apologize. I have yet to see one apart from that individual at the warehouse.
Oh, no, I try and stay away from them. It's all right. No, I'm looking for probably a halfling. Maybe not, doesn't have all their fingers. You know, Cannon Rock accident.
Right. Um, Give me an insight check, Olive.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I actually have a bonus to that one. Okay. 11.
You can see quite clearly at this point that this is not something you're unfamiliar with, but more something that does trigger that hint of anger that bristles the hair. It's very clear that she's not taking you fully seriously. The slight rise of a grin at the corner of her mouth, the slight hint of a mocking tone in her words. She stands tall, and you've seen this many times in your life when it comes to wood elves and high elves, especially like the one in front of you. But there is definitely a sense of superiority that's rising within her words. I'm not entirely sure if I could possibly think of someone who would fit that description. And given the nature of things, I find it weird that you would avoid your own kin. However, if Her Majesty was to possess that knowledge, she would have given me the means to do so. There have been no halflings or gnomes here.
How about anybody just in, I see you have gardeners and, well, that well armored man outside, but also miners, you know. How about anyone possibly not in your normal mining attire, usually black hat, black long coat? They kind of stand out, I think.
Black hat, black coat. I'm sure if there was some form of donation to our great queen, I would possibly be able to regather my memory.
Oh, 1 second. Okay. I would like to try and see if I can persuade her that me being a Fae as well, I'm sure that the donation can be overlooked for a fellow creature of the wilds. Uh, However, depending on the information, I may be inclined to give an offering to the queen.
Go ahead and roll your persuasion check.
Darn. Okay. 14's not bad.
She will reach over, taking what seems to be a fine silver-like bowl from the side of the altar, placing it before you. I do believe that charity comes before information. People pass here every day. Fey folk and unfolk alike. You know what? I think my scriptures are calling me. I do
I'll
apologize.
pull out 3 gold pieces and put it in the bowl.
Ooh.
The clatter of coin hits the
Actually,
bowl.
just to be a jerk, it's going to be 2 gold pieces and 10 silver.
She will nod her head slightly towards the bowl as the coins clatter in. Yes, I do believe there was an individual here by that vague description. Black hats, mostly rimmed on the sides, particularly black and darker leather coat that reaches to his sides, correct?
Oh, yes, that's the one.
Yes, I do believe I saw someone of that description perhaps a couple weeks ago. He was speaking to Benin, the delightful gnome, mayor of the town. Speaking of business further up north, wanted to perhaps lead the expedition up there, from what I heard. Apart from that, he seemed to have been a rather reasonable sort, but wasn't a halfling or gnome. No, this was a fine wood elf, from what I remember. Nicely tanned skin. Very well built. A fine peak example of royalty itself. Yes, he was here a couple weeks ago. From what I remember, he left perhaps a couple days after.
So he stayed here for a couple days, is what you're saying? Or are you saying he left the town?
Yes, I allowed him to stay. He used the guest room for maybe 2, 3 days, perhaps. I do hope he is not in any trouble.
Oh, same here. I'm just worried about him. So I heard he came over here last. But I'm glad you're so open and forthright with other members of your kind who are in need. But I hope you have a pleasant day.
Do you?
And I'll,
I did not catch the name.
oh, that's because I didn't give one. And then I'll walk away.
You return outside.
As soon as I leave the grounds, I'll just say, son of a bitch. Okay. No, no. If I charmed her, she would have known and things would have been bad. Okay. But we're good. We're good. And I'll start making my way back to Respite.
Okay. Third day.
Third day. Yeah, I got to meet the boat.
The familiar large vessel comes into shore in the morning, the large 10-foot tall cannon barrel facing outwards towards the ocean. The gangplank is lowered. You can see the small figures moving back and forth. Uh, Another familiar face is Freya, who seems to be quietly checking things off, clipboard in her hands. Gives a slight eye towards you as you make your way up.
I'll walk over to Freya. Hey, bestie, how's your day going?
Business as usual, it seems. Business as usual. Gotten quite a few things from Windspear. Maybe a few things I could experiment on. Tools, possessions, magical items. Small, intricate, but nothing out of measure.
Well, better keep an eye on it. You don't want the professor tinkering with it.
I am well prepared. Do not need to worry about that. I have already made measures to ensure that no one else can take things off of their mantelpiece.
Oh, I have no worries about you. I'm more worried about him. All right, I'll leave you to your work. I'll start making my way on board.
Likewise, please come back if you need any business.
He continues on.
I'll just wave at her.
The moment that you get onto the deck, you can see uh, two figures, both of which the same dark, almost olive-like cloak covering one entire side. However, one of them is reaching the ribs, the other continues to flow down near the calves. However, the more distinctful thing that you notice is the one currently with the short cloak brings out a blade and clashes it against the one of the longer. You see them dancing and moving along the top of the deck, the blades dancing across the air as they clash and fight amongst the deck itself. The taller of the two, a dwarven man, less portly and more slim, holding what seems to be a long sword in his hands, quickly deflects what is a thrown dagger from the smaller gnome figure who continues to charge forwards with a short blade. The dwarf quickly grabs a hold of him, swinging him out and throwing him to the side, impacting against the mat as the gnome quickly gathers to his feet, daggers at the sides, throwing both of them towards the dwarf as he quickly deflects them.
Find a good place to stand around the deck, pulling out whatever leftovers from breakfast that I can snack on as I watch.
You can see that there is a small gathering
Oh,
of
yeah.
other sailors and members of the crew on the outskirts of this small ring that has been made within the center of the deck. You can see uh, Racket currently sitting at the wheel, quietly watching the pair as they continue to fight in the center of the ring. You see the dwarf quickly duck down, swinging the hilt of his sword out to clip the ankle of the smaller gnome, sending him to the ground once more as the clatter of his daggers hit the ground. The dwarf quickly steps up towards him, bringing the sword upwards, now pointing the blade downwards towards the gnome before a sudden whistle can be heard from further into the crowd. The taller dwarf brings the blade back up, resheathing it once more and facing towards the whistle, where a familiar goblin-like figure, hood pulled back, quietly claps along as the other sailors begin to flourish and bolster this clap into a cheer amongst many of them.
Yeah, my non rhythm carrying tone deaf self will clap alongside out of beat and then can go and cheer with him.
Uh, the crowd soon begins to fade. The beginnings of the crew beginning to go back to their business as Rogish approaches the dwarf and the gnome. You will see his greenish eyes glance over, catching your gaze for a moment, giving a nod before going back to his business with the dwarf and the gnome.
Yeah, I'll slowly make my way up behind, waiting for Roguish to finish with him.
Uh, Go ahead and roll me a history check if you don't mind.
Another one I'm good at. Oh, 12. Okay.
You are familiar with this particular event.
I'm
This
assuming it's a
is
ranking ceremony.
this is known as the cut of the cloak. More specifically, the mentor and their students are put forward in a battle to the death, and very likely, in most cases, the mentor wins, meaning that the student is not currently ready for their cloak. However, if the student is to win the duel, then he is able to gain his cloak and join the others.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, these can go until someone yields, but occasionally they can go to the death where Rogish has to step in and spend a little bit of gold of his own to bring them back.
Mm-hmm.
A couple more minutes pass, silent conversation between them before the dwarf and the gnome bow towards Rogish, bow towards each other, and make their way further down into the deck.
Seeing my opportunity, I'll chime up behind him. That's gonna be us one day.
Well, that depends on whether or not you can complete your bounties properly.
Yeah, about that. And I'll pull out the bounty from the board in a rolled up paper and kind of tap him on the chest with it. What's up with this one? Why didn't you offer it to me, huh?
He'll turn around, feeling the paper on his chest, looking down towards it, opens it up.
Snow, you're looking at Snow, right? We're looking at the same person here.
That's what it says on the paper, I believe.
Yes, and it also says experienced bounty hunters only.
Roguish, look at me. I'm pretty experienced.
You also don't have the cloak. The
You're
cloak
right, I don't have the
is an
cloak.
important feature. If we start putting rookies onto these kinds of quests and we get bad news, it's bad reputation for the guild. The only reason it's still up there is because clearly someone just didn't want to do it.
Well, I want to do it.
And I'm telling you no. And that's a rare thing for me.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, you ain't ready for him.
I might not be, but I got a bunch of friends. I got a group. I got a gang.
Yes, yes. I completely understand that you're making friends already. I'm proud of you for actually doing that here. I'm happy that you're getting close to these people, but I'm also going to respect the fact that they have lives as well. And I don't think they want to risk it for some sort of profit. Unless you feel like sending them in, making them dead meat.
I'm gonna try and snatch the paper back from him.
Uh, he loosens his grip as you pull the paper back,
Well,
not showing any resistance.
I'll just have to ask them that then. But I'm keeping this.
Keep it. I got plenty of others I could just put back up there.
Now about the other one, he's into. Can we go to your quarters?
Is there a problem with the bounty, Olive?
No, I just want you to know I want to debrief you on what I found out. And I don't know what change you want to know or who you want to know or hear. I don't want to do this in the open, Rogish. Can we just go, please?
He'll quickly look around, make his way to the opening in the deck, and starts making his way down the stairs.
Yeah, I'll follow behind him till we can get to a private place.
He will continue down into the storage, making his way into that secret part where the cloaks usually gather for private briefings, pushing the boxes and crates to the side, allowing you to step in before closing the gap once more.
For the sake of brevity, I'll just let him know what I found out. He was originally a dwarf. He then, at one point, actually before that, he was a wood elf. And then, talking about plans to the north, he shapeshifted into a dwarf to get into the mining company and be friends with Benin. He shapeshifted into a gnome when he was actually leading the mine. Turns out that he made an agreement with the Thrycreen, the insect people. Uh, was good friends with their hive mind or whatever, almost apprehended him. He escaped, leaving the mines, and I'm on his trail to the north, would be the next stop.
So you do know his location.
Well, not exactly, but I got skills. I know things sometimes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. You have the piece of paper I gave you?
Yeah, I do.
The original one. You
Yeah.
want to hand me that here?
All
I
right.
need to make an adjustment.
I'll pull it out and give it to him.
Pulls it out, brings out a small quill from his side, looks over at you.
I thought I mentioned the fact that he could change faces. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, it's there.
All right.
I'll point at the line where he says it.
And let's see. So 50 alive, 100 dead.
The
That was the agreement.
other way around.
50 dead, 100 alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see him scribble on the paper, quickly hand it over to you. You can see now that there is an extra digit to each of those.
I've gone ahead and changed the price of this particular bounty on my name and mine LM alone. If this is more adequate to your change of difficulty of finding this particular individual, I will go ahead and change the bounty's price for 100 dead, 150 alive. And I'll try and add a little bit of my own information in there as well. See if I can get a more exact location for you.
Oh, that would be wonderful because honestly, I don't know much of this place. All I've been is here and some weird mountain to like the west or something. I don't know. There was a portal. It was crazy. But
Portal. You're dealing with portals now. Okay. So here's the deal. The cricket is leaving in the next 5 days. I can get some information, call in some favors, see who I can talk to, maybe get a scout from Windspear and see if they got any information in Haven.
as long as it's not too much trouble, Roguish, but that would be amazing.
I'm passing by,
Oh,
and I've already changed the price.
fair. By the way, the inn is gonna be shut down after tomorrow. Can I stay here till you guys depart or till I leave?
Sure. I don't think anyone's taking your spot. I mean, way too much legroom.
uh, that's fair. And Harry should be fine too, right? Don't worry, I haven't killed him yet.
Oh, he's good. He's good.
All right, all right. I gotta go talk to my
Oh no,
friends.
he's
Oh,
good. Yes,
yeah,
he's
no.
good.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
okay.
he's good. Yeah, he's good.
Excellent. Tara's been on my ass every single fucking day we've been out there.
Oh yeah, I don't like her.
From what I remember, I remember you don't like her, mainly because of the fact of the whole, you know.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll go. Okay, yeah, you tell her whatever. But I'm gonna leave for now. Thank you for this. Uh, yeah, any information would be great. I'm gonna go talk to my friends, and yeah, I'll let you know. Oh, I learned a new trick. You want to see it?
Sure.
I'll meet you on top of the deck, and I'm gonna misty step.
You hear at the top of the deck something that he rarely does, but you do hear his voice inside your head just,
God damn it, Olive.
I'll just laugh as I kind of run, slightly skip down the gangplank.
Freya is still there, continuing to check the boxes off. You can see that there is a fine pile of crates that are now starting to gather up behind her. A small cart that is slowly being gathered by some of the miners are beginning to start pulling on supplies as she continues checking stuff off her checklist.
Well, I'd be rude. Here, let me help, and I'll grab a couple boxes, put them on carts.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'll give you a lift when we get back.
Oh, no need. And then yeah, I'll help her with the supplies and stuff, and however long that takes.
Uh, Getting the supplies over there isn't too much of an issue, but the restocking of supplies and redistributing them throughout the town will take up the rest of your day.
Yeah, I'll help her with that. I'm
Excellent.
trying to make her my new
Anything else
best
to
friend.
do?
For that day, no. For the last day, I'm gonna try and find Harry. Let him know that we can stay on the boat since the end's gonna be closed. Um, and then yeah, I do want to try and gather around with the rest of the group at some point to let them know about the bounty or about the bounty board, the actual bounty,
Okay.
and the wolf hunt.
All right.
But yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Finally, and by no means least, Professor, you are up.
Okay, I really didn't have much by comparison. I guess on the first day after I share that drink with Vannon, I'll go over to Freya's shop.
Okay. She welcomes you. The store it hasn't been completely stocked yet, but we'll give you a heads up that on the third day, supplies will be in. Ah, so paying that debt. Yes?
Yes, and thank you very much for your kindness, and I'll uh, hand over 5 gold pieces.
Hold on to counter, thank you. Anything else I can do for you, dear?
Yeah, actually, you did quite a good job repairing that gauntlet I had, if you remember.
Yes, yes, it was quite the interesting little mechanism that you have.
It is, and you seem like quite the tinker, and I was wondering if you would be able to improve it somehow.
Improve it? Well, yes, probably in due time. And maybe with a bit of funding, I could probably work something up that could be a little higher grade.
Can you
What were you looking for exactly? The power, the structure, direction?
I mean, what would be easiest for you?
Well, easiest would me for me would be maybe a vaster range. Um, of course, adding a
Like,
fuel
you're the tinker
system and
here,
stuff.
you know.
Well, it depends on how much you're wishing to pay for, as well as what
Yeah,
exactly you're trying to get out of this.
yeah,
This
ballpark.
particular mechanism can be flawed if tampered with too much.
Yeah, that's a my yeah, that's an issue.
Now, the question is that it can be a bit more expensive, but I could basically start from scratch, add a bit more of my flair to it, and perhaps have something a bit more higher caliber that won't immediately fall apart if I tinker with it ongoingwards. If you're wishing for me to keep the base structure, however, there's a finite amount I can do.
What would that first option like? Can you ballpark me a price? No, like
Range? You wish to change the range of it?
um
Uh,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just I'm just curious like what kind of money we're looking at here. I mean, I
well,
think you know I'm not a wealthy man.
no, for the time being, I don't think wealth is on your side. If you're
It's
wanting a
not.
general ballpark, I'd probably extend the range of this particular contraption by double for maybe a couple hundred gold pieces.
Oof, yeah.
It would be hard to really give you an exact price until it is done, however.
Yeah, no, that's just what I was curious about. Like what kind of costs we're dealing with. Yeah, that's quite a bit well, it's too rich for my blood currently, so possibly in the future.
Hmm. Well, tinkering is not exactly cheap.
No. Well, again, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate the
Of course,
loan there, and I'm sure I'll speak to you later. And then I will
of
exit.
course. It's good that I can see you this time, Professor.
Yes, yes, it is. I'm just gonna turn and walk out.
You have your day ahead of you.
Yeah, I don't. I just like to do that. Go to the edge of town there and see what the.
The second day.
Yeah, with Bannon and the militia.
Okay.
That's about it, honestly.
According to the second day, around mid-morning, you, during your times of quietly working on your mechanisms and keeping a general eye on the town, uh, around breakfast time, a little afterwards, you can see what seems to be a bolstering of feet and movement coming from outside of the Lonely Sonnet, heading towards the north. You can see as you come from the doorway what seems to be a few militiamen coming from the Frontier Company, as well as Old Benin, wearing what seems to be a dark greenish like set of uh, leather armor. However, you can see intricate designs of gold and blacks that seem to flow throughout the entire leather piece, as well as throughout the shoulder-like guards that adorn it. Uh,
Ooh.
Holding at his side what seems to be a arrow head-like shield pointing downwards, uh, the points on either side peeking up to allow his head to peek in between them in that small opening space. However, he is running with this large shield next to him with the rest of the militiamen. A few of the other miners seem to gather up behind as you follow behind them, Professor. As on the borders alongside the militia, you can see maybe 20 or so figures standing along the borderline.
Okay, and how far away is Bannon from me right now?
Benin is currently maybe a couple, maybe 30, 40 or so feet away. Uh, Currently in the middle of his militia who are behind him, putting the shield in front of him, and seems to be facing towards another individual coming from the border, uh, seeing this individual. the dark brown and reddish like skin covering most of his form, the almost purplish pale horns covering most of his head, adorning back almost like a set of braids along the back of his ears that rush down, a pale white beard covering his chin and top of his lips, as he wears what seems to be a set of run-down leathers and clothing, most of which is partly adorned with dust and dirt. Behind him, you can see what seems to be a large cart, currently adorned with flowers and small pieces of jewelry that currently reside around a singular bundle in the very center of the cart. The remaining individuals remain guarding the cart on all sides as the singular individual with the gray white beard steps forward.
Benin, it has been some time. Very long time indeed, Benin.
Yes, Zenis, it has been some time. What information have you brought from the north?
The brownish, reddish skinned individual steps forwards. Now, getting closer as you see Benin step forwards in due tow. Some of the militia stepping and rising their weapons, however, he lowers his hand, beckoning them to lower their weapons as he approaches.
It seems that you have come with grave news. Yes.
Yes, Benin. My father, Chief of Boichan, has finally passed. He defended our borders from the bandits that have made home to the north of there. It seems that those who come from the boats not only land amongst Respite and Avon, but also the bordering lands and have found their home here. It seems your people are trying to take over mine.
I can assure you, my good friend Venice, that there is no reasoning for Vespid to make enemies of Borshan. Nor do I wish to make an enemy of you, as we have made friends with each other in these passing months. Do tell me of these bandits. And if you are wishing to bring your father here, you are welcome to do so.
At which Benin will look back, some of the militiamen lifting their weapons and parting slightly to make a space. Benin will look over, catching your eye, Professor, for a moment before quietly stepping aside, allowing the tiefling to pass on through. The moment that the tiefling steps forward, the remaining bodies behind him, as well as the cart, slowly begins to push forwards, making their way inside the town of Respite and passing its borders.
Okay. And like is Benin approachable right now, or is he just like surrounded by militia still?
You can see that most of the militia are already beginning to gather or at least flank the cart itself. uh, two of which are already making their way to the front as a sort of arrowhead to at least give notice to the residents as they pass on through. But Benin seems to watch as the cart passes on by, giving a nod to particular natives as they pass him, but he seems to be reasonably unattended to.
Okay. Yeah, I'll approach Benin. Um, and just kind of give him a wave as I trot up to him.
He will wave in return, placing the shield at his side as he begins to walk back towards Respite's, conjoining his line to walk alongside you.
So what, Ben, if you don't mind me asking, what was he talking about with someone's encroaching on his land? What was that about?
I am going to be honest with you, dear boy.
Please be.
This was not mine when I first came here. Respite was not mine. It was originally a small village of the natives that welcomed us here after I seemingly shipwrecked. Their kindness is the main reason why I'm here today, and the main reason why I made roots of Respite here in the first place. It is their home, from what I remember, and based on what I can gather, we aren't the only ones that came from the Empire to make their new life here. It seems that those who had ill intentions of the Empire now wish ill intentions to the new land itself. So, I suppose now is the time for us to expand and perhaps maybe even delve into some of the more naturalistic and native lands here. You're not busy by chance, are you?
No, not at all. What would you have in mind?
Well, if you and your company are not busy, perchance, perhaps a trip towards the north, while I might be able to convince Zenis of allowing you to join them on their journey back. I'm not entirely sure how the natives will welcome you there if you decide to join them. It is, of course, my true nature to help Zenin, if possible.
Okay. I mean, what would you have us do in the north?
Oh, based on what I am hearing, he is having some trouble. So, given the nature of your previous work with me, you seem rather well at looking after yourselves and taking care of things that should not belong there. Maybe a trek towards the north in Boishan could be a good reason for you to stay here. Maybe get closer to the natives. Maybe even find a reason to delve deeper.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's definitely something we could look into. I'll discuss it with everyone and I'll let you know. How do you know when they're leaving? Heading back north?
I can get you the information in due time. Um, we will
Okay.
speak with Zenis, and we will discuss things if you wish to go to the north with them.
Sure. I'll let you know.
Good, good.
Right?
He will continue to keep walking on. The soft metal creaking from his shield, as you can see, it is A matching set to his armor that you can now see as the intricate designs of the chest piece as well as the shoulder guards and the cloak behind it seem to merge in the details of the shield as it goes down at its side.
Bannon, I do have to comment that is some fine armor you're wearing.
Oh, yes. Lisbon was the one that gave it to me. It is one of his collection.
Excellent
Although
craftsmanship.
I am not entirely sure it is the same as many of his others, which seem to possess more explosive components.
Explosive?
Well, yes, you have seen Freya's firecracker, yes?
I don't think so. That's interesting. Please
Oh,
elaborate.
she's rather uh, possessive of it. The small chambered piece of metal and refined man rock that shoots like out a flame and projectile from its palm.
Interesting.
That one is a smaller one. I have seen a bigger one in Mr. Gem's possession. A much bigger one. Has a finer spread of fire. Mine, however, is of a protective
Oh,
nature.
yes, I have. That is thank you for jogging my memory. Yes, I have seen and
Oh,
experienced that
oh, you
before. Yes.
have you
Oh
have
yes,
seen it,
yes.
yes. Oh, it
Okay,
is
yes.
quite the fine design.
It's quite an interesting implement.
Mine is of the protective nature, where I can create a barrier in front of myself and her.
What create a what?
A barrier, a
Ooh,
protective shield of sorts. Although I have not experimented to its limits as of yet.
this is you're using cannon rock for this?
From what Lisbon has told me, yes, this
Okay.
piece of armor and its shield is also an implement of a certain variant of cannon rock that he has come across.
Stuff is kind of remarkable.
It is indeed.
As he shakes the shield, you can see maybe 5 feet or so is an additional see-through barrier. That is almost maybe 2, 3 or so feet tall, almost as tall as him, in an imitation shape of the shield that he is carrying. He again shakes the shield, and the barrier quickly fades.
That's definitely handy.
Ah, yes, it has protected me multiple times. Hopefully, many more in the future.
Sure it will.
As you guys return to respite, you see the gathering of the cart already begin to rest over near the coastal line, maybe a mile or so outside the town. You can see the individuals, including Venice, quietly retrieve the bundle from the cart, digging a very deep grave within the sands and stone. Will continue to go out throughout the day. They will gather. It seems that there is a small ritual taking place before the body is placed within the sands, before the sands and stone are gathered up once more and placed upon the bundle. Uh, they do not move away from the burial. They stay there for multiple days, not seeming to return to respite throughout the entire time.
Okay.
You
Yeah, that's
have
about.
2 more days.
I mean, that's pretty much it for me. Honestly, like maybe assuming we all get together at some point, like we dinner some,
Yep.
I will definitely discuss what's going on with this proposition for us to go up north to was it Boshan?
Boshian, yes.
Boshian.
On the fourth night, all of you will gather within the Lonely Sonnet. Mr. Gem is not there, so business is reasonably quiet, as most of the handmaidens are the ones tending to many of the customers, and around this time of night, you are reasonably the last few that have gathered here.
Okay. Yeah, just bring up. It seems Benin has some sort of job for us. I don't know. He didn't mention pain, but apparently there's some trouble up north, and he wants us to accompany some people. I don't know if anyone has anything else going on.
I mean, I found a few jobs as well. And I'll lay out one of the paper for the bounty for the wolves. Looks like somebody wants some wolves taken care of. Those are kind of to the north. This pays.
Okay.
We could
Okay.
manage both of them, wouldn't we? If the wolves are on the way.
We have to bring back their heads or something as proof.
No, just the leaders.
Okay.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Great.
So I don't care. I gotta go north anyway. That person we were tracking in the mines sounds like he went up that way too. So
Silas.
yeah,
Okay.
Silas.
Hmm. Well,
All the
I
reason in
do
the
owe
world to go
Silas
north.
for his betrayal, so I don't mind.
Oh, that
And
one's
plus, who knows?
mine.
I may find a clue to what the book of knowledge from Grump told me about. So that would be helpful.
Yeah, you do whatever with your book, but Silas, that one's mine.
Look, don't worry. I can hold him in place using a spell, and you can just finish him off with one hit, as long as you aim well. I hope you aim well.
Who says I want to kill him?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you get one chance to a nice, clean slice, you know?
No, you're not hearing me. Who says I want to kill him?
Oh. Then you get one nice chance at restraining him. See, it works both ways.
Oh, yeah, Bunny. We can stay on the boat.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
the ship.
It's okay. I've been around you enough to know what you do, so it's fine.
Yeah, your mommy was worried about you.
I'm not surprised.
Wait, he
Did
has
they say
a
how she was?
Bonnie mommy.
I'm not talking to her. I don't like her.
So,
And
Flowers, is his mother a bunny as well?
Like I said, you can call me Olive. We're friends now. No,
Right,
some
Olive.
adoptive parents.
Ah, makes sense.
I don't like her. She's mean.
How so?
Ask her and find out.
she's a very nice lady. She generally cares for everybody.
I'm intrigued now.
Flowers here is just mad because she stood up against her, and she didn't particularly care for that.
No, I didn't care for how she treated me.
Didn't care for how you treated her. But I don't share the same ill will as you do toward her.
Rogish said she was fine. She was just worried about you. No, I didn't talk to her.
Thank
Oh, I didn't ask if any of you could stay on the ship. Sorry, I think it was just members only. But I guess I
It's
could
fine.
ask.
I
I'm
paid.
alright.
I paid
good
ahead
on
of
that.
time,
No.
so I'm good.
Oh, okay. Wait, they let you pay even though they're closing?
Well, yeah, if you pay ahead of time, you get to stay here while they're closed. What, you didn't know?
Oh, well. No, I didn't think about that one. But hey, I'd rather stand for free than to pay here.
Fair enough. So, rendezvous tomorrow outside of your ship.
Oh yeah. I may need a couple days. How long did you pay for?
Well, I paid until tomorrow.
Oh. Well, I'm hoping to get some information from my people, and they say it may take a couple days, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, fine. If you want to meet outside the ship tomorrow, I'll let you know if I found anything else out or if we have to stay longer. I don't know.
I'll wait for you at dawn. Once you wake up, you can come outside.
Dawn's so early. Can I send
Well,
Harry?
well, no. I said once you wake up, I'll
Oh,
be at dawn outside the ship. I have to see the sun for something, so don't worry about it.
like the sun
Yes.
thing in the sky?
Yeah. No, it's
I
it's
said,
nice to commune with my god in like very early mornings as the sun comes up. Add some gravitas to it.
yeah, that's weird. Okay. What about you two? Venom, how you doing, by the way? You're alive.
Yeah, he is.
Just as
Who
he goes
knows? He may be
muted.
passed out. He may have drank too much.
Well, no,
True,
yeah.
he has been drinking rather heavily.
Oh, no, I only thought he was awake. All right.
We'll tell
Vannon
Benin
is
to.
currently holding a tankard in his hand, drool coming down one side of his face, but he is completely passed out at the table.
Use
Perfect.
thaumaturgy to like blow his hair around.
and
Interesting new powers. I like this.
Haim, do you have any preferences on if we're going north or do you have to go west or south or I don't know anything about you.
I will be heading north, but believe I will be going alone. I have certain things to learn, and I have decided that I do not wish to be part of Len's operations.
Why would he do?
He didn't do anything, but I do not want to associate myself with mining, cannon rock, and all the rest of it. I feel it is road to perdition. I have things to learn about natives here. I do not want to be involved in taking of scalps or any such thing. Money.
Wait, whose scalps does Benin want? Did I miss something?
Are you not receiving payment for bringing back body parts?
Oh yeah, but they're not scalps. I don't think they have hair.
Um, you can interpret what I say in a slightly looser fashion, but I think we both know what I am saying.
Basically butchering, right?
Basically, killing things for money and bringing back their body parts for bounty. I came here to be a guide. I did not come here to be butcher for hire.
All right, understandable. I came here to be a bounty hunter, so bounties I hunt. Teach their own, I guess.
And you are free to pursue your own needs and agenda as you see fit, but I will be saying goodbye to you.
Well, maybe you're going north, we're going north. We may bump into each other.
Yeah, I can
Perhaps
walk next to each other, maybe.
I will no longer be part of Kenan's team, let us say. But best wishes to you.
Hey,
Hope you
same.
find what you're looking for.
You as well, Haim.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, don't get yourself killed. I don't know how many times we can find a weird large creature to bring people back.
Also, don't
Please,
forget your
yeah.
donkey.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dad, he's a good donkey.
Donkey shall be coming along.
Be careful.
We all have our fates determined. They're written in the stars or the grains of sand. Wherever they are written, so shall it be done. And with this, I will rise out to everyone and make for the exit.
You make for the exit. The doors open slightly. The chill rises into your bones from the unnatural cold of the night. The horizon is there for you.
I will lead Had out of town. And then seek out Sinun once we're away from the city.
Okay.
And that is where I will break off for tonight.
And that is
Okay.
where we will end our session for the
Oh
night.
shit. Okay.
Yeah, wasn't
As
expecting that.
Oh, I wasn't
Haim
either.
makes his way out the door, leaving you to your drinks and your rest. A supposed quest to the north, information partially gathered for some, others with maybe a story to be told. I hope you all had a decent session tonight. I know it was mostly downtime once again, but we can start exploring a little more next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Had another giant worm our first night outside of town again.
No, this one's gonna be a red dragon. We already saw him.
Yep. Oh no, the party died. But Haim survived because he left.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
The party dies. We start
So
anew, far to the north with Haim as he travels through the deserts.
I was about to say, is this a little too meta? But is Ivan leaving?
Yeah, yeah, I want to know too.
Not from what I've heard. Ivan, that's
I think I actually will be leaving. Yeah. I'm a little bit too overloaded with stuff right
Okay,
about now.
Understandable.
fair
no
enough.
worries on that.
We shall miss
I
the
will.
whirling dervish.
I
Mhm.
will also keep Haim in the wilds for the time being. Should you decide to return,
Back in his natural habitat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aim is
I have
bad.
plans.
From sand
Wander
he
the
came,
desert.
from sand he returns.
But thank you, Ivan, for playing. Either way, thank you all for playing today.
That was great.
Yeah,
That
thanks
was
for
a really good
DMing.
time.
Yep.
Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
And have a good one.
I hope my different playstyle isn't the reason that you are leaving. I hope it is just for overbearing. I'm fully welcome to anyone who has feedback whenever you wish to give it.
Um,
Yes.
I really am pretty overloaded. And I think also next week will probably be the last session of the other game for me.
Oh,
Damn, really?
Well,
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
that's a shame, but yeah,
okay.
gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I feel you. All right, so next week is going to be an all-out free-for-all
Pretty much.
PvP. I can be down for that.
Okay.
Baron
Oh,
shapeshifts
God,
into a totally different person. Sloop sneaks away to another crew that doesn't want to kill him.
Well, we'll see how that works out.
Mother and
Shapeshifts
Baron
into
head
Stanley.
for the
Whoa,
north.
guys, come on. Why we gotta be like this?